Mark Chisholm, Suffolk, Virginia, 9:14 in the TBM brakes lane. And if you are missing a trick tool starter, please check in with Pinky at Man Cup Tech Tent. He was gracious enough to rescue it from being left at the facility overnight. So you want to bring a nice little nugget of reward money to him. See Pinky at the Man Cup Tech Tent. Stacy Smith, left side, and I got Wilbur Mummy on the old Honda, right side. Good little drag race. That Harley putting it to him. That Harley walking that Honda today. Lindbergh Simmons, Hull, Georgia, right side. Big Stanley Russell coming down from Macon, Georgia. Stanley Russell, left side on his Hayabusa. And once again, if you are missing a trick tool starter that you left up on the start line overnight, Pinky saved you. Pinky rescued you. A little help from Mike Perry. You know, Mike's not willing to help his brother out, but he helped out fellow racer there. We are currently in Street ET time run. We're going to move into Pro ET time run. And I would like to get Ultra Sportsman riders. Ultra Sportsman riders, you guys and gals can bring them to lane number 4. Ultra Sportsman to lane number 4, please. Ultra Sportsman riders, Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman to lane 4. We're about to kick off MPS Racing Pro ET, their second time run of the event. MPS Racing Pro ET. This is time trial number 2 underway. Pro ET time trial number 2 underway. Carter, Moultrie, Georgia, left side, and Chuck Curls out of Pelham, Georgia, right side. A pair of Suzuki's going down through there, 824 for Curls. He's trying to set it up for Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas action, and Michael Carter, if he's in MTC Engineering Super Comp, that 890 with a 9 is going to be looking good later on. Sportsman qualifying, you will be up after MPS Racing Pro ET. I do need my J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders, J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders up into lane number 4, and it's not too early to call MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane number 5. Couple heavy hitters coming up. That's Mike Perry, right side, and Braden Davis, Douglas, Georgia, left side. Perry was 029 at the light, and he was asleep. Davis 014. Great pair right there. Perry going 864. Braden Davis tuning up for MTC Engineering Super Comp 896. Shane Cunningham next up. He's out of Orlando, Florida. Larry Berger out of Jacksonville, Florida. Larry on the Harley. Larry turns it red, but you can do that during time runs. Just practice for the elimination process. Cunningham 828, 161. Good pass, and Berger 1185 at 98. Bike number 94, left side, and John Loney, right side. Ooh, triple O, green light, triple O, and turned it green. 8:15, 159, strong run in the TBM brakes lane. John Loney goes 892, and if that's a Super Comp tune-up, that's a good one. Ultra Sportsman riders, please, to lane number 4 for your round of qualifying. Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4 for your qualifier. Not too early to call. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane number 5, please. That's Johnny Markham right lane and Rashad Rowe in the left side. Pair of Kentucky runners there. Rowe 819 with a 5. Excellent tune-up for Top Gas action, and Markham goes 864. All right, that concludes our ET time run session. Our ET time runs are through. They've all run through. In a few moments, we're going to kick off Sportsman qualifying with Ultra Sportsman out of lane 4. I do need my MTC Engineering Super Comp riders to lane number 5, and Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law. Top Gas category riders in lane number 6. Top Gas to 6, please. Super Comp to 5. And we're going to start it with Ultra Sportsman coming out of 4. Once we complete the round of Sportsman qualifying, we'll move to some off-track activities where we will honor the 2024 champions at the Man Cup Tech Tent. And when we come back to on-track action, it will be the pros for their first of 2 qualifiers today at the MTC Engineering Nationals. And so far in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman, Stanley Russell is at the top of the heap. Stan's got a 9:52 with a 4. Brad Rudisil is right behind him at 9:54, and John Markham 9:56. Bob Burt and Mantez Thompson Jr. round out the top 5 in your Ultra Sportsman action. Our series sponsor, FuelTech, is on site this weekend, and they have a exciting new innovation for you. If you've got a Gen 2 Busa and you know how to take the tank off and get the fairing out of the way, that's all you'll need to do to be able to install one of their FuelTech complete systems with a plug-and-play wiring harness. They've got 3 systems here for sale, complete, turnkey. $3,000 and about an hour and a half of work will get you running with a FuelTech standalone drag race system and get you what the top runners have. Stop by and see the FuelTech display directly across from the Man Cup registration trailer. South Georgia Motorsports Park concession stand is due to open in approximately an hour, so lunch will be served in about an hour. Cold beverages and bagged ice if you need it. The Moreland hookup is in the house, located directly behind the tower. Wide variety of event shirts, hoodies, and all kinds of drag racing clothing. They're available at the Moreland hookup directly behind the timing tower. All right, we're going to kick off action in this second round of qualifying for J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman, and it'll be Mantez Thompson Jr. He'll be in the TBM brakes lane. Right side, Gregory Crawford from Daytona Beach, and he's on an 08 Busa. 9:56 for Mantez. That's an improvement. And Greg Crawford actually does not improve with that 10:45. He's got a 10:43 under his belt, but he will look to definitely improve if he's going to go laps in this tough field. Wade Smith from Dudley, Georgia, left side. Dave Young coming in from Asheville, North Carolina. Wade on a Gixxer Thou. It's good to see smiling Wade out here. Threat to win it every time. Double breakout, 940, no good for Wade. And a 948, no help for Dave Young. Duffy Freeman, left side. ZX14 entry. ZX14 on the right side, bike number AA88. And that is a 953 for AA. That is a good pass. Duffy Freeman, 973 to get his weekend started. Currently in J2 Connect, Ultra Sportsman, Lindbergh Simmons, left side, and Brad Rudeseal, right side. .983 on the left and a 972. No improvement for Rudeseal. Stanley Russell, he's got a tune-up lap under his belt in Street ET. And Brian Rudeseal. Brian, he went under the first lap. Stanley holding pole and still is. Big Stan holding court out there. Both riders away clean with green lights. Stanley improves. Solidifies that number one. He's 951 with a 5. Staying as hot as a firecracker out there. 52 to start out and a 51 right here. He did not come to play. 961 in the left lane is an improvement over his previous breakout pass. So that is good. Ed Ruffin, 951 with a 2, and he might have just stole the pole. He may have just stole the pole. Wow. And he did. By a thou, 3 thou. Ed Ruffin bumped Stanley down to number 2. He is on the pole with a 951 with a 2. Attention in the pits, all Grudge riders, all Grudge riders. Grudge only, lane 6 is open for you for a shakedown hit. Grudge, lane 6 is open for a shakedown hit. Couple more J2 Connect Ultra Sportsmen coming at you. Bob Burt in the TBM Brakes lane and John Markham in the Summit Racing lane. Good lights. Those are very competitive lights. Double breakout, 47 for Markham, no help, and a 48 for Bob Burt, no help. So after 2, it looks like we've got Ruffin at the top of the heap with Stanley Russell right behind him. Who's that? Nice. And we will be moving into MTC Engineering Super Comp shortly. Scott DeLong, who was in the first pair out yesterday, that 892 with a 6, held the pole through the entire session. Santee Rodriguez right behind him, 892 with an 8. Gary Russell, 894.7. Rylan Rowe, 895, and Damian Solis, 896 are your top 5 through 1. MTC Engineering Super Comp will be next up on the racetrack. MTC Super Comp will be next up on the racetrack. I need Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas. Top Gas riders, you can present them to lane number 6 for your round of qualifying, which will come in behind Super Comp. Top Gas to 6. Super Comp will be next on the racetrack. And Bone Stock Race Products is on the vendor midway. They're right in front of event sponsor MTC Engineering. Stop by and see Chris Bishop. He's got a lot of race parts available for sale, a wide variety of stuff, and they've got a bike there that they're auctioning off, or raffling off, excuse me, not auctioning, but raffling. And there's just a few spots left. You could fill it up right here, and he'll do the drawing right here. You could take a drag bike home with you from this event. Pretty cool stuff. Chris Bishop, Bone Stock Race Products. All right, this is MTC Engineering Super Comp. 890 is your fixed index, quarter mile action. Richard Holder in the left lane, and Daryl Stevens on a beautiful Kawasaki ZRX in the Summit Racing lane. Kick it off. Richard schooling him on the tree. Daryl having a big old juicy cheeseburger on the starting line. 911 Richard Holder does not improve. He was off pace at 105 mile per hour. Daryl Stevens, 893 with a 6 is a massive improvement for him. He will step right into the field with that. Santi Rodriguez, FixItTech.com. Kawasaki, he is a past national champion, and Taylor Harper on his Kawasaki left side. Couple devout Super Comp racers. Santi too quick, 884 with a 5, and Taylor grabs the pole with an 890. That 890 is with an 8. Taylor Harper taking the top spot at this point. Gary Russell going to be next up on his Kawasaki in the TBM brakes lane. And this is Jimmy Smith, Macon, Georgia, on a Hayabusa. Excuse me, that is Stacy Smith, Jimmy's son. Stacy riding it this weekend, and that is a wheelie barred Hayabusa Sportsman bike. You don't see many of them. Gary jumping on that tree. Outstanding 887, but that's too quick for Russell, and even quicker than that at 876 for Smith. That's 2 for 2 going under for Stacy Smith. He's going to have to back off the power a tick on that one. And I do need Schwartz Law Group, top gas. Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, top gas to lane 6, where the counselor himself is holding court. Bryce Jackson, second generation racer right here on the right side, and Rodney Gant. Rodney is always a threat to grab the pole. Rodney Gant, left side. Oh, Bryce too quick on his first lap of the weekend. He goes 879 at 150. Bryce was all over the tree. He's going to need to make an adjustment before he comes back. Rodney off the number at 909, uncharacteristic for Rodney Gant. Lindbergh Simmons on a Kawasaki in the Summit Racing lane, and Shane Cunningham, Cunningham Performance. Beautiful ZX14 Kawasaki, pair of Kawasaki's here. Lindbergh 895, and that is to the good. Too quick, 883. That is a second too quick for Cunningham. They're going to need to bag it down a little bit further. They're currently all chasing Taylor Harper. That's something you don't see much anymore. A big old dry hop out of Randy Smith on his Suzuki. Randy in the TBM brakes lane. Suzuki GS 1150 drag bike. He's up against John Loney from DeSale, South Carolina. He's on a Kawasaki. Maloney too quick at 865. Left side runs it through to a 913. Wade Smith still in action here, and Scott DeLong, who was the leader after round one, and he saw that disappear. Both riders with good reaction times. Oh, DeLong, 890 with an 8. Wade Smith, 9 flat. Couple good runs right there. Taylor Harper's 890 with an 8 was done first, so he is on the pole yet. They match it to the thou, but Harper did it first. Dave Young, Asheville, North Carolina on a Suzuki in the TBM brakes lane. CJ Mims, Dublin, Georgia, Kawasaki ZX14. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. next up, and Brayton Davis. Should be a good drag race right here. It is. Both riders sharp on the tree. Brayton too quick at 887, and Dwayne Schmidt does improve slightly with a 904. Rolling through MTC Engineering Super Comp action right now. I do need Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas riders, to bring him into lane 6, please. Samuel Parrish, another ZX14, and Kyle Fulgham. Kyle fixed it up last night. Back in action. Cuts the gas early. Samuel breaking out at 877. Too quick, 1112 for Kyle. Kyle was on a good lap, but he cut the gas early. Mike Perry, right side. Slim Bradley, left lane. They threw the red. Perry and Bradley here, a couple Florida runners. Both riders out and gone. Slim, big improvement, goes 891. Perry breaking out again for the second time with an 884. He is closer this time, but still not where he needs to be. Gonna have to get Paul over there to fix the plumbing on that thing. Slim under the fellowship of Smitty. Smitty got that thing tuned up. Mike Lakoski left side, Bob Mann right. Mann went too quick, but he didn't this time. That was a great drag race right there. Both riders improved. Lakoski's 893, but Bob Mann 891 with a 5. That'll move him markedly up. He was a breaker outer before. Ryland Rowe Next up, Rose got an 895 under his belt already. Let's see what kind of settings they've got in there to fix that up. A little too quick at 887. He'll have one more shot to improve. Bernard Gilbert left side. John Markham right side. They're glued together. Double breakouts, 880 left side, 884 right side. At SGMP Racing Surface is working today, just as it's been all weekend here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Once again, event sponsor MTC Engineering will be pulling out tonight. So if you've got business with Eric at MTC Engineering, you want to get something from him, you want to make that happen today.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, here comes Kenneth Schwartz, Law Top Gas, and the aforementioned Kenneth. This round, a lot of guys and gals have to make it even better. Want to call ET Riders to the lanes. We'll have a all right, here we go. George Jones, Hepzibah, Georgia. This is his first hit in the Summit Racing lane. Mark Chaffee, Jupiter, Florida. Mark's got a 835 under his belt, and he's looking to improve that. Chaffee jumping right off of the line. He put a tree on him. Outstanding run, 828. Mark Chaffee improves, 156 mile per hour. Too quick for George Jones. George was thumping down there. 813 at 151 for Big George Jones. He was humping it down there. Mike Lingo is going to be next up in the left side. He went too quick last night. Let's see what adjustments he's made. And Rodney McFarland, he's got a Pro ET time run under his belt, so he's probably got it tuned right in. Rodney coming over from Pensacola, Florida on his Hayabusa. Lingo. Woo. McFarland. He didn't get the memo. He goes 774 at 172, breaking out nearly 0.5 of a second. Mike Lingo does improve, 826 at 158 mile an hour. Rodney McFarland's going to have to make some adjustments to get onto the right side of this field. That is a very fast motorcycle that he's got to figure out how to take some power out of it. Tez Thompson Jr. left side, Steve Breakstone right side. Pair of breakouts there for Breakstone and Thompson. Both riders going under. Next up, we got the champ, Heather Baldy, on the right side. Colby Lewis, couple Missouri runners here. Kenny Schwartz breaking it out, 8:10. Mike Wagner, 8:21 with a 5. And guess what? Wags has bumped down Kenny Schwartz. Now, Wags is king of Missouri, and Kenny Schwartz Law Group top gas so far. Brandon Cunningham, he's been all over that 820 index, and Richard Holder, same thing. Two very different ways to go. Top gas racing right here. $823 for Holder. That is a improvement. That'll put him up in the top rungs of the category. Brandon, another breakout pass. He's 2 for 2 in the breakout department. He's going to need to take a tick out of it to get it to the good side. No improvement for Cunningham there, the Orlando, Florida runner. Beautiful Suzuki for Chuck Curls. Pelham, Georgia, on the right side. And left side, Dave Young. Oh, we're Chuck with a problem. Dave Young very patiently waiting. Mad props for the sportsmanship for Young. I think at this point you got to put him on the clock. Incredible display of sportsmanship by Young here. Chuck Curls able to refire, and that will be it. He's going to have to stage it or not. Moving in, bringing them up on the starting line rev limiters. And both riders are gone. Young, shot out of a cannon and going quick. Dave Young, too quick with an 8:15 with a 1. That bike is rolling with Dave on it. Chuck Curls, 8:21 with a 5 at 157, and that is going to slot him into the number 2 spot. We've had 2 riders best the Kenny Schwartz 8:23 that held the pole before this round started. Scotty DeLong, Kawasaki rider, left side, flying down through there. Michael Smith as well. DeLong, another pass, too quick. Michael Smith off pace on the top end. But it is an improvement for him. He goes 9:13. Rashad Rowe has got an 8:24 under his belt, which is very good. 8:24 under his belt, very good. Rashad Rowe looking to improve on the 8:24. He's the only one that can best the provisional pole holder of Rowe, there's no meat left on that bone. There's nothing left. 8:20 with a 0, and he did it with an 0:01 reaction time. There's nothing left. That's a 1 thou package right there. I know it doesn't matter because it's qualifying, but they're 1 thou package, 8:20 with a 0 and a 0:01 reaction time. And that will secure, I believe it will, Rashad Rowe is your number 1 qualifier. But I've seen stranger things happen, so it's never done.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Down here to the SGMP Tower concession stand located at the base of the timing tower. Hot food and cold drink available for you. And once again, we need all of our 2024 champions to the Man Cup Tech Tent. Need all of our 2024 champions to report to the Man Cup Tech Tent to be recognized for your awards, hard work, and achievement across the 2024 season. And the 20-year hardware is about to be handed out. Need all of our champions to report to the Man Cup Tech Tent, and we welcome everyone to come on over and applaud those results. And as well, not only the class champions, we'd like to recognize the top 3 points earners. So positions 2 and 3, point earners in all categories. Positions 2 and 3 as well will be recognized. So the top 3 in all categories, please report to the Man Cup Tech Tent. Man Cup champions and second place as well as third place in the points. If you're on site, please report to the Man Cup Tech Tent. And if you're at a spot in the pit area where it's hard to hear, tune it in to 97.1 on the FM dial. That is the track radio station, 97.1. Lunch is being served here at the Tower Concession Stand. SGMP Concession Stand is wide open for your food and beverage needs.
All right, Manufacturers Cup racers. This award ceremony is also going to include a riders meeting, so I would like for you all not only come over and get your hardware, but I got a few things I want to bring to your attention for the weekend and the season. Some other exciting news and so forth that we're going to be bringing to the table for this season as well. But for you all that are here, please come on over to the riders meeting / award ceremony. And we'll get it in and out pretty quick. Let's recognize our champions. This will be you one day, perhaps. And I know you want someone to come over here and give you a little prop. So y'all come on over, riders meeting / award ceremonies, right beside the FuelTech tent between MTC Engineering. Give a lot of respect to Eric for once again participating and helping us put this event together in terms of being the sponsor for the event, as well as a sponsor for the award ceremony. Thank you, MTC, once again. We appreciate it and look forward to the long-lasting relationship, as it has been a good ride so far, and we appreciate everything you've done for us. So, riders, let's get on over to the tent. Let's get this out the way. Let's get this award ceremony deal taken care of. Everyone on our staff is out here doing such a great job for us to get burnt out for an hour doing nothing. But we'll let them take a break, get our deal done, and we'll be back to racing. Thank you all again.
Got a lot invested in motorcycle drag racing.
Like that? So, you know, one of the things that is just the most amazing part of what we do is awarding the championship hardware. And everybody who put in the effort last year deserves great accolades. But of course, we can only recognize today the champions. Top 3 in every class. So I'm going to just start the handing out of the hardware here to all of you people who have done just amazing work. You know, championships are the accomplishments of a lifetime. You know, many of us won't ever get that far. Many of us have. But to all of you who have, I just want to get a resounding round of applause for all the champions. Let's start handing out the hardware. This is what we all worked so hard for so long. So I'm going to start the bidding here with, of course, Pro Mod and our Pro Mod champion for 2024, Terry Wynn. Come on up. Like that. Congratulations, Terry. I got more hardware than I can hang on to right here. So, Terry, great job. You earned it. Big round of applause for Terry Wynn, our Pro Mod champion. And of course, Pro Mod sponsored by none other than the Pro Mod man himself, Paul Gass, Fast by Gas. Thank you, Paul. Now I'd like to point out number 2 in Pro Mod, Braden Davis. Braden, if you can come on up. Oh yeah, let's not forget the commemorative jacket. Look at this. Look at this.
Hell yeah.
No expense spared. Pro Mod champion. Not know who that is. If you wear that around, Terry. Congratulations, Terry. Once again, Terry Wynn, our Pro Mod champion. So, Braden Davis, are you here? Or are you out there racing? Braden? All right. I think Braden's probably over there at the family getting his work done. Tyron Levens, are you here for your number 3 plaque? Tyron Levens? Tyron? Where is he? All right. Well, we've got the hardware here for these guys when they're ready. All right, now I'm going to move on to Super Cup. And, of course, it's none other than our very own chaplain, Santi Rodriguez. Come on up. There we go. Santi, congratulations. We've got Eric Oxsettler here, our event sponsor, MTC Engineering. Santi, great job. And let's see if we can do it again this year. Once again, Santi Rodriguez here. Number 2. Got to get the jacket. We got a jacket coming up here for Sandy momentarily. And another photo op here. Alrighty. And like me, he's a junior. Alright, of course, number 2, John Markham, are you here? Ever durable, John Markham. Come on, man. John Markham will collect no fewer than 4 of these awards here today. 2 number 1s and various other top 3 finishes. John Markham, you're just amazing. All right, number 3, Super Cup 3rd place, Michael Smith. Are you here, Michael? Michael Smith. Let's get a hand for Michael. Super Cup number 3, 2024. Well, we'll get that to him. Now moving on to our next champion. It's going to be Pro Ultra 460 champion, Deshaun Wheeler. Ultra 460. Congratulations. Well earned, well earned.
Personally right here. This is the man who helped me get my championships right here. Y'all want to know? This the man right here. You want your 460 like Vegas? This the man.
That's right. Deshaun's been involved in a lot of racers programs here. So congratulations to Sean for the championship. And we got a jacket for y'all too. There it is. 2024 champion, Deshaun Wheeler. Now we got another here today are Mr. Chad Otts. Chad, are you here? I didn't see you around. Chad's not here today. Okay, moving on now to number 3 in Pro Ultra 460. Rashad Jones. Rashad Jones, are you here? Yeah. All right. Oh, wait a minute. There you are, right there, Rashad. Congratulations on supporting the club. All right, now we're going to move into Ultra Sportsman champion, and it's none other than, once again, John Markham. John Markham. Oh, we got enough hands to hang on to all this hardware, sir.
I got to thank J2 Connect, which is my other company, for their opportunity. I had to squeeze their arm from the insurance company to let me sponsor racing. Actually, y'all just don't know, that's a real big deal. But John, I appreciate you again, man. Our company appreciates you being the winner champion of our trophy.
Thank you, John. All right, I hope you brought some help to bring all this home. All right, now moving on to number 2. In Ultra Sportsman, second place, Montez Thompson Jr. Where is he? There you are. Congratulations.
You got any more hands, Johnny?
Well earned. Moving on to number 3. Part 2. All right, number 3. The stand man, Stanley Russell. Come on up, number 3. Are you here, Stanley? I know you're here this weekend. Did you make it up here for this? Going once, going twice.
I'm going to take it.
All right. We can sell that one on eBay.
Okay.
Next up, I know he's not here this weekend, but I just want to give a big shout out to Randy Santatera. Rudy. Rudy Santatera.
Hey, Rudy, I like that chrome, baby.
Pro Street champion. Number 2 in Pro Street, Patrick Borg. Are you here, Patrick? Number 2, Pro Street. I don't know if you made it. And number 3, Mark Gooden. Mark Gooden, are you here? No. All right. Moving on now. UDT champion, once again, John Markham. John Markham. I've got a picture of all of this stuff. Congratulations again. And that rates a champion.
Y'all might want to change y'all management system or something.
Wrong token.
Well, that's Rudy's.
That's over here.
Right here.
I'll left it at the wrong spot, but not bad.
Once again, multi-time champion now, John Markham. Let's give him a hand.
Yes, sir.
All right, number 2 in Street ET, Levontre Clark. Are you here, Levontre?
Levontre!
Hey!
I know
it. Great job, man. Congratulations.
Get a picture, man.
I get a photo of number 2.
Número 2.
All right. Moving on to number 3, Duffy Freedom in Voodoo Customs.
There we go.
3DT. Great job, Duffy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we got. Where are that three one more time, boy?
All right. Next up is Heather Baldy. Top gas champion. Hell of a job last year, Heather.
That's the champ right here.
All right.
Good job.
That's right. Betcha. Chad Otts is on number 2. Another hand for Chad Otts. And Josie Brooks, all the way from Canada. Did Josie make it here this weekend? Yeah. She's out here. And number 3, Top Gas. And speaking of Josie Brooks, Pro ET champion. Give it up for Josie Brooks. What a hell of a season for the Canadian lady. All right, moving on. Pro ET second place, Ricardo Marte. Ricardo. Hard Time Parts and Services. Number 2, Ricardo Marte. And number 3, once again, with his 4th award here today, John Markham. Part-time Parts and Services, number 3.
Get something? Get something?
Come get you some.
They don't call him Spooky for nothing.
Who you pay off?
All right,
he wanted to get your picture.
John Markham show.
There he is.
All right, now moving up to Duffy Freeman, once again, our V-Twin champion. V-Twin runs us by Hollywood Drag Racing.
No, let's get that right.
Oh, that's right, Mercedes-Benz and Buckhead.
All right, this is Mercedes-Benz
Mercedes-Benz and
Buckhead.
Buckhead.
I gotta go get that check again. Let's make sure we call them out right.
Mercedes-Benz and Buckhead sponsor.
That's a big boy sponsorship right there.
All right, second place. Mercedes-Benz and Buckhead. V-Twin is Tom Lagus. Tom, are you here today? Tom Lagus. All right. Last but not least, number 3, Scott DeLong in Mercedes-Benz and Buckhead V-Twin champions. I know Scott's here this weekend. He might not have made it up for the ceremony. All right, let's get a hand for Scott DeLong and all of our Mercedes-Benz and Buckhead V-Twin riders. And now, the class where anything can happen, and usually does, Open champion, Tommy Saxon.
Here it is, the man. Robinson
Sponsored by Robertson and Cheese.
Champ.
With his very unique turbo bike.
Champ.
Next up, Pro Open number 2. None other than my old family friend, Rob Giard. Rob Giard, where you at, brother? Rob Giard was one of the most unique motorcycles out here. Congratulations on number 2 as well.
Second loser. First loser.
You ain't first or last, right?
We got losers trophies.
Last but not least in our ceremony today, Jeffrey Hill. Jeffrey Hill, number 3 in Robinson Industries Pro Open. All right, Jeffrey didn't make it. Is he here? All right, well, we'll get him that hardware. I want to thank everybody once again.
One more thing here. We got one more champion jacket for my man Bud Harrod.
Bud Harrod.
WH Steel, Real Street. Real Street champion, Bud Harrod.
Bud Harrod, Real Street Champion 2024.
Come on up, we got Bud Harrod right
All right. We got any more hardware or software over there?
I think that about does it for the hardware.
Well, just got to give a shout out once again, everybody. Thank you for supporting Man Cup, and thank you for coming to our events. There is so much more to look forward to. Roderick gave you a little taste of what's going on behind the scenes. We've been working very hard on this in the off season, and where it goes from here is up to all of y'all. But I'm going to be around to see you all today and for the rest of the year. We're going to tell your story to the world. The world, we think, is very interested in what we all have to say. Uh-oh, wait, we got a late comer. We got a late comer.
Braden Davis.
Braden Davis, number 2.
I'll come out in the sun where we can see.
And photo op complete. All right. Thanks for coming up there, Braden. So.
Any team photo ops you all want to do, let's do them right now.
Yeah, this is the opportunity.
This is a team photo op opportunity, y'all.
All right, photo op time. So we're all going to meet here again tomorrow to crown the winners of this weekend's event. Right now, I just want to thank everybody for coming by to give it up for all of our 2024 champions. Outstanding work.
He's right there.
Welcome to the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. It's Man Cup Racing 2025. So much action coming this year. It is time for lights, camera, adrenaline. And I'm here with none other than Eric Hochstetler, our event sponsor. Thank you very much, Eric, for sponsoring this year's Spring Nationals.
Great. It's great to be here. It's great to be sponsoring all these great racers and this great organization. We feel it's an honor to kick off the spring season this year.
Yeah, amazing. And of course, MTC Engineering, one of the foundational members of the Manufacturers Cup. And if we go back in history, of course, it's all in the name. This is one of the manufacturers that actually helped to initiate Manufacturers Cup racing, and it's been about 15 years ago now. I think it was it 2010, as I recall?
Yeah, I believe in 2010, I think there was 9 of us.
The Nifty Nine.
The Nifty Nine, yeah, that wanted to carry on the tradition of racing. We all band ourselves together to help support the racers and help support our manufacturing companies, and started the Man Cup, and it's been a roll ever since then. So,
yeah, and if you remember back then, you know, it was a very turbulent time for our nation. The economy was in tatters. The future of many things like drag racing were in question. And the Nifty Nine, which was a total of 9 manufacturers, including MTC, stepped up to the plate and built a brand new racing organization to keep us all going with all of the amazing racers that had been developing. And of course, motorcycle drag racing now, we're in our about 50th year of super strength. Motorcycle drag racing, I would say, became a truly organized sport in the late 60s, early 70s, which is when it really started to take off, pretty much alongside car drag racing of the time. So we're going to talk about some MTC products here today. MTC's specialty is engine parts and clutch parts and really meticulous engineering. So I guess we'll kick it off with these monstrous things right here. Tell us about these, Eric.
So a lot of people don't know, but we do a lot of Harley-Davidson work, and we make Harley-Davidson pistons, and we do a lot of cylinder kind of reboring and re-sleeving. So we brought a set with us this weekend, and this is actually a 4.5-inch diameter bore in an M8 motor. It's a huge, huge motor. We'll bore out the stock sleeve, and we've got a custom designed aftermarket sleeve that we'll put in the unit. And this will turn a typical 113 or 117 into a 141 or a 143. So it's a huge gain in horsepower with just a gain in cc's.
And that's, of course, just with a bore increase. We can use a stock crank, right?
Absolutely, absolutely you can, or you can actually stroke it if you want to, which gives you a little more cc's.
Because 140 isn't enough on a motorcycle, right? And I mean, just to remark on these from an engineering point of view, the work you guys have done is, of course, meticulous as usual, but even the Harley castings, I'm impressed. They've come a long way with technology here. For a long time, we, maybe looked at Harley Davidsons as maybe not quite as sophisticated as some of the Japanese stuff, but they continue to bring more game. And I mean, these are gorgeous.
Yeah, they really are, and they're actually pretty strong because we really have to bore that out a long ways, and it gets really thin at the bottom, and we've had no issues with that casting breaking at all. So it's been working really well. We got enough strength in the thickness of that sleeve to give the robustness around the diameter of the hole, and it stays round, it keeps sealed up, and it's a good running motor.
Outstanding. So here up next, we've got, I guess I would call some pretty traditional stuff. I recognize here KZ and GS. Let's talk about big blocks.
Yeah, so, this is one of the product lines I think that MTC was founded on. By the way, we are celebrating this year basically the 75th anniversary of MTC.
Wow.
So
congratulations.
We don't really have a start date, but it was actually started as MC Components back in California. And if you look back at the history, we can find out that it looks like it started in 1950. And then the third member that came to the company was Ken Tipton. And that's where the T comes from in MC Components. And they renamed it to MTC Engineering. So there's the history of MTC Engineering, where it started in California. Ken bought out the other partners and moved it to Florida in 1975. So we have been in our Florida location for 50 years. And we're going to be doing some celebrating this year. We're going to call it our 75th anniversary because there was 25 years in California, 50 in Florida now. And we're going to roll out a bunch of new things that are going to be happening this year for MTC. And just keep an eye out on our Facebook page and on some of the drag bikes sites out there. And you'll see some of the new things that are coming about. And we want to give out the history of MTC. So You'll see it posted pretty soon, but if you have any history related to MTC, which this man right next to me has a lot of history, him and his dad on MTC, but we would love to see that. We're collecting some pictures right now. We've got a write-up about the owners of MTC. It went from Ken Tipton to Tony Lang, and now I've had the opportunity to own it for the last 20 years now. It's been 20 years this March. So great company, great historical background, and it all kind of started with the Pistons, and you're looking at these big cast blocks, which we're still making today, which still has a good demand for, and are long. I mean, I get blocks back from our customers that have been on their bikes for 25, 30 years.
Oh yeah, these things are virtually perpetual.
Yeah, and so we just reslave them, and they run again for another 10 years. So good product line, good history of MTC right here in front of us.
Wow. So yeah, I'll definitely participate in getting you some of the history. Of course, my father was very close with Ken Tipton back in the day, and they moved to Florida together from California for the main reason that even though, you know, the West Coast used to be a hotbed of drag racing, both two-wheeled and four-wheeled, over the years, it just came to occur that all of the, you know, significant motorcycle drag races were held east of the Mississippi. So every time Ken and or my dad, Bill Hahn Sr., wanted to attend an event, it was like a 5,000-mile round trip. Ultimately, they just decided to just move the mountain to Mohammed instead of having to cruise across the country every time. I made a few of those trips myself, and man, I'll tell you what, fun road trips, but so long. So what else we got to talk about here today, Eric?
Let's talk about some more history in drag racing. Right in front of me, a little company called APE. You talk about history. And unfortunately, we lost one of the founding fathers, Jay, last year. And he had built himself an unbelievable company. He had reinvested in the drag racing industry every year. You would always find him at the top of sponsoring series, sponsoring racers, having the APE team. Incredible individual. And we need to continue to support him. His wife, Diane, his son, Ben, are now running the organization, and they're keeping that same thing going and helping and giving back to the racers. And we are one of their distributors, and so we carry their product line at all of our events.
Yeah, and you know, another just foundational product line here. Anybody who's been drag racing for any amount of time, motorcycles, knows APE. I mean, I can't really think of anybody else who has produced such a dependable, long-lived line of just the hardware we all need all the time, every day. Cylinder studs, main studs, cam sprockets, valve springs, cam chain adjusters. It's all here, and I don't really think there's anybody else really competing with them.
No, actually, you know, if you build a relationship between APE and MTC, you could build an entire engine, because we've got all the products you need to put that motor together.
And it's an amazing idea of cooperative nature. You know, I mean, these two companies could have easily tried to compete with one another, but because, you know, motorcycle drag racing is a finite affair, they've decided to complement each other. And that type of synergy in business is what builds long-term businesses that, rather than trying to grab every piece of low-hanging fruit, they decide to work within the symbiotic relationships that can exist. And as a former manufacturer myself in motorcycle drag racing, I can totally relate. It's truly a family with a bunch of companies that are trying to not just outdo each other, but to complement each other. It's a big part of the approach. So speaking of which, now we've got, of course, Cometic product. And here's another company that has supported motorcycle drag racing for decades, yes?
Yes, absolutely. We have a very good relationship with Cometic. We probably carry over 500 different types of gasket in-house, and they custom build for us anything that we need for our needs. Being in the cylinder business, we need very custom base gaskets and head gaskets, and they work very closely with us, develop everything we need. You know, the other big product line that we do are clutches, and they make some very good custom clutch cover gaskets and seals for us that work very good for us in this industry. They've got an amazing product, this AFM gasket. It's a reusable gasket that seals very well, and then it can be reused.
Is this the AFM product right here?
Yes.
Oh, I see. It's a metal core.
Yes.
With a composite style covering, and beautiful. Yeah, because that was one of the things when I used to race my Kawasaki, I had to have a bucket of clutch cover gaskets. Yeah, the valve cover gaskets were semi-reusable, but yeah, I've also worked directly with Cometic on stuff that I've done over the years, including sport compact applications, and I've always been impressed at their responsiveness. You know, they're a big company. They're into a lot of different things, including automotive applications, but they were never too big to talk to me about my specific needs. I was doing engines that, you know, instead of doing Hondas, I was doing, well, Dodge 4-cylinders. You know, definitely a fraction of the potential volume, but they would still take the time to build me the things I need. You know, they would even build me custom multi-layer steel head gaskets. And I mean, I always appreciated it because they made a little guy feel like a big guy and always responded to my needs.
Yeah, anytime we need help from them, I can send them an email, typically like in a morning asking for a certain design or looking for a certain design, and I'll hear back from their engineering team in the afternoon, and within a couple of days we can have a design locked up and into their manufacturing. It's amazing.
And that's exceptional, okay? And when I say exceptional, I mean it's not what you would expect from every company out there. You know, some companies, they get big, they focus on the bottom line, and one of the easiest places to cleave out detail cost to enhance the bottom line is to cut down on service personnel. But long story short, Cometic has retained that commitment to custom applications, and surely it's one of the reasons why they're still around and growing and so strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good service organization, good response time, good lead time on their products, and dependable and reliable at hitting their dates.
Everything you could ask for. And available through MTC Engineering, of course. So now moving back to the MTC world here, Eric and I were talking about this a little earlier, and I, you know, not knowing what it is, I asked him, what is that? Is that a product? And he's like, no, that's just something cool one of my guys made for display purposes. And so tell us a little more about what we're looking at here.
You know, one of the things that we kind of like to offer our customers are handy tools for them to work on our products. So, of course, our clutch line is one of our biggest lines, and we offer them 3 or 4 different tools that make it so much easier for them to work with that. One of them is this clutch pick. This is a very handy tool. If you're working on your clutch and you're trying to change it out in between passes, you got to have this because your clutches are hot and they're sticky and they're hard to get in and out, and this is the nicest tool ever to have in your toolbox to get your clutches in and out. And then we also have...
Every racer's got to have a set of those. I remember what I used to use, bent welding rods, screwdrivers with notches cut in them.
And then this is a nut adjuster for our slider. Again, a very nice tool to have to adjust. If you want to adjust your RPMs on your launch RPM, it's very critical that the stall springs are identical in height. And this is a very nice tool that you can use on. It's a live tool that actively shows you the difference in heights, and so it's very easy to make the adjustments that you want to make, and it's very reliable and repeatable, which helps you make repeating passes.
Super critical because, of course, what we're about to talk about here is perhaps MTC's signature contribution to our sport, the slider clutch. And, you know, again, I always reflect on back in the day when I was racing and just the caveman methods we were using with clutches back then. The sport has evolved so deliciously in this area, and MTC has led been at the forefront of clutch management and engineering. When you see the consistency and performance of modern bikes using sliders through all the classes, but you know, a great example of having harnessed the power and maximize the available traction is, of course, Pro Street. You know, back in the day, we couldn't even think about riding bikes with no wheelie bars because it was dangerous. Wheelie bars were a big part of how we managed to make motorcycle drag racing safer. But over the years, we learned that through effective technology, we didn't necessarily need wheelie bars. And frankly, there's a lot of reasons to not run wheelie bars these days, which include not unloading the chassis, not carrying extra weight, being able to focus on the footprint of a small tire without overcoming it all the time. So tell us a little bit about the MTC slider clutches.
So, you know, clutches have went through a progressive evolution. Started with simple lockups, little 2-stage lockups, and then MTC was able to patent what they call the multi-stage lockup, which allowed you to tune your lockup to the length of your bike, the height of your bike, and so that you could keep your front end down and you could keep from blowing your wheel away. But all of those clutches, all of those were based on running and bolted to the inner hub, which means it was running off your rear wheel. So finally, you know, the car guys got way ahead of us. They don't run their clutches that way. So finally, we figured out how to run our clutches off the engine RPM. If you want to be repeatable, you got to run off of what the engine's doing. So,
Right, not what the rear wheel's doing.
yes.
That's a key thing about motorcycle drive lines. We can, in the clutch area, you know, we can choose either rear wheel RPM or engine RPM. So MTC showed the way to using engine RPM, which has proven to be infinitely more effective.
Yeah, so we came up with the slider, which runs off the engine. It's repeatable. It's a smooth launching system, very easy to tune, works very well. But then, you know, gains in motors, gains in aftermarket power adders. Pretty soon you had so much horsepower that even a slider couldn't apply it appropriately. So then we came up with our Gen 2 multi-stage, which is, again, an engine-driven multi-stage locking up device. And that helped the Pro Street guys, all of those guys that had unbelievable horsepower to get it to the rear wheel. That helped that get to that lesson. And then the next stage up from that was when we were starting to allow us to use air as an assistance to our clutches. So now we've taken the Gen 2 and the slider. We've developed air assist systems now so that you can tune it to the finite element of whatever you need at what point in the run. The adding of air now can be applied and removed very quickly with these high-end controllers now. FuelTech being along with us now, look at the controller and what they can do with that. They can bring that air in and out as they want to, as it's needed. It's amazing the technology now that the clutches can do and how it can help get the horsepower from the engine to the rear wheel.
While not overcoming prevailing traction conditions, you know. So, and you find this in all formats of, you know, motorsports. Clutches are often the unsung hero, the link between making power and using power. As you know, it's really not that hard to make power. I mean, certainly the technology's there. We've learned how to do that. But if we can't transmit it to the track efficiently and effectively, all the power in the world doesn't do anything. And the addition of air, has the addition of air also added another dimension of what we would call the ability to ride back some of these bikes?
Yeah, so a lot of times the reason we can't, people don't want to buy a slider is because, you know, a slider works at a certain stall speed. So anything underneath that, you have to be pushed or towed. So we've developed some ride back systems. You can either do it with our air assist, or you can do it with what we call our ride back, which actually uses your stock clutch lever and clutch reservoir. So that's a hydraulic cylinder. And again, you're just using a hydraulic cylinder with your lever and you're installing it and pushing on the pressure plate of the slider. Pull the lever in and ride it back to your pits. It's amazing quick access to being able at the end of the track, just pull your lever in and go back to your pits.
And you know, for those of us who are not intimately familiar with what these clutches do, of course, they take away the need for the rider upon launch to let go of a clutch lever. Okay, basically takes over that function for you centrifugally using engine RPM and the various adjustable aspects of the clutch. But as Eric mentioned, the drawback to that for years has been the fact that you can't really ride it back to the pits unless you get up into the RPM range where the clutch works, and you're either going to be going down the return line at, you know, 80 miles an hour, or slipping the clutch too much as you just try to nurse it back. With the ride back systems, it's basically the opposite of the original clutch's intention. Pull the lever and it engages the clutch and gives you a solid engagement so you're not slipping the plates and can drive it back to your pits without having to be towed back. So, I mean, you know, this has been probably the single most significant addition to capability in motorcycle drag racing outside of electronic fuel injection, which, you know, a whole nother area that we're going to talk about here later with FuelTech. But, you know, and as we move on down through the way here, I guess we come to some of our more conventional lockup clutches from back in the day, don't we?
Yeah, we still make the conventional two-stage and multi-stage lockup. It still does its purpose. You know, a lot of these are used with the wheelie bars because we can kind of pin the bike up onto the wheelie bar and still tune it in to make it slip where it needs to slip and just hold where it needs to hold. So still a great product line for us. You know, there's just different levels. Depending on what you want to invest and what you try to accomplish, how much horsepower you're working with, depends on what clutch you want to look at.
So many options, and MTC's got them all. And I mean, you know, as a builder, as a machinist myself, I take great pride in looking at the just quality of construction. You know, we've got steel buttons in place for the arms to bear against, so they're not just rubbing on the aluminum and wearing them out like they used to back in the day with the, you know, less sophisticated stuff we used to have to use, but somehow got away with. But you know, it's interesting. You know, sometimes I like to think about, here's a go-to. Take a comparison. Like my funny bike that I used to run back in the day would go 690s. You know, I like to think about on today's tracks, with today's traction, with today's power management, how much quicker could it be with no other changes? Not more power, not more chassis, not more tire. Frankly, I'd probably get away with a lot less tire. But, you know, if I just took that bike, put a sophisticated clutch system and power management system on it, how much quicker would it be? And, you know, my estimates are in the half to 3/4 of a second range. Do you think that's reasonable?
Oh, I think that's very reasonable, because some of just the latest inventions with the air assist, I mean, all we're doing is managing the clutch, and guys have taken, you know, 3-4 tenths off of their times. So pretty amazing.
It really is. You know, it used to be, the 6-second range was the mecca. Man, anybody that got into the 6s, wow, you were really something. These days, well, in comparison, it's almost easy to go 6s. And that's one of the things that makes motorcycle drag racing so attractive to many people. It's certainly what got me into it in the first place. At the time I built my first drag bike, which, by the way, 40 years ago this year was when I took home my Rookie of the Year award in International Drag Bike Association. But the biggest reason I did it, other than the fact that my dad was already participating in the sport, was I couldn't afford to build the car I wanted to build that would take me that quick. I had a big block Camaro, and I blew up the engine in it, and I'm just like, man, I just don't have enough money. It needs chassis work. It needs a new transmission. Now I need a new motor. And that Kawasaki KZ was sitting over there calling my name. And it's one of the things that makes motorcycle drag racing attractive to a lot of guys and gals, is it's an affordable way to really go fast, okay? And I mean, you know, these days a 6-second car will typically set you back well into the 6-figure range. You can build a 6-second bike for a fraction of that and have a ball. And, you know, all of the sophistication of products like what MTC Engineering offers is a big part of why it's so enjoyable, so affordable. So thank you for taking time with us today, Eric. And thank you for sponsoring our events and for always being a continuous presence at our events. I love seeing customers walk up and get what they need from you right here on the spot. I mean, you know, we live in the days of instant gratification via Amazon and everything. So it's just wonderful to see a company like yours still support what is basically a niche of drag racing. And the way you continue to approach it, the history in your company, I don't see any reason why MTC Engineering won't be celebrating its 100th anniversary and beyond in the years to come. We may not be here to see that, but maybe from a distance. But there's no reason to believe.
We're looking forward to a good year. We're going to do our normal thing. We'll be on the road probably 12 to 14 times at race events this year. So, if you got a chance, stop by and say hello and take a look at our great product lines. We always offer a little bit of discount at the track, and we do a lot of tech support at the track. So if you buy our products, we're going to be there for you.
Well said, like no other. Everybody, that's Eric Hochsteller from MTC Engineering. Once again, Eric, thank you for everything you do, and thank you for being an amazing steward for this amazing company that's been with us for an amazing amount of time. We're going to get back to the action. I'm going to show you more sponsors, more technology, more racing, more racers, more everything. You're watching Man Cup TV, and it ain't going to stop anytime soon.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Of the pine trees, his motorhome and trailer with a large white tent. Check it out if you're in the market for a Pro Mod or a 460. Proven chassis that's gone 14s already. He's ready to make you a deal on it. Sean and the hard-working staff out there from SGMP have got the racetrack ready for you boys and girls. We're going to kick off round 2 of pro qualifying here at the MTC Nationals. And once again, today is the day to get your gear from MTC Engineering. MTC Engineering will have to leave the facility at the close of today's activities. So don't wait. Grab your gear that you need from MTC. Get it now. Pop over, see Eric. Get a look at the clutches. He's got some blocks there, ready to go, big blocks. Ready to take it home and build your engine. Clutches, blocks, pistons, you name it. MTC Engineering has got a wide variety of stuff over there at their display. Here we go. First pair in the water box, and it is Jeff House. His 411 flat at 171. Hold serve. Gerald Smith, Smitty with Black Ops. Running strong. He's got a 474 and an early shutoff under his belt. But there's more, much more in that bike. All right, this will be first pair of Fast by Gas Pro Modified action coming at you. Number 1 qualifier currently in your left lane. Smitty leaves early, but it does not matter. House improves 407 at 175. Smitty improves markedly, a 440 at 159. That moves him up in the field. All right. Couple former national champions here. Terry Wynn, the hardest working man in drag racing in the Summit Racing lane. He was champ a couple years ago. And 30-year anniversary champ, Rick Perry. He was a champ back in '95. Big Rick's got the entire entourage with him. Rick Perry from Clearwater, Florida. He's got a BPM racing engine in his bike, and Terry Wynn ready to go. Terry Wynn, 411 with a 6. He jumps straight into the number 3 spot. Perry, 435. He backs up. Terry Wynn leapfrogs Perry into the number 3 spot. Outstanding run for Terry Wynn. All right, when I tell you all the stars are here, they're here. Richard Gadsden, straight out of Vance and Hines. He's here on the Perry Performance entry. Dalton Perry. Right side, Suzuki motorcycle. Richard's got a 428 under his belt from last night. Tyrone Lemons, an off pace for him, 470 last night. Both riders looking to improve, seeing that both lanes are giving up good times. The SGMP racing surface is tight and ready to roll for you. Richard Gadsden right side, Tyrone Lemons in the left lane. Oh boy, this is gonna be it right here. 410 with a 2 for Richard. 448, 118 Tyrone, but Tyrone was on a pass. Tyrone went 101 to 60 foot. As did Gadsden. 101 60 foot on that bike, 410 with a 2 at 170, continuing to improve. He jumps to the number 2 spot, and we got one bike left in Fast by Gas Pro Mod, and then we're going to kick it over to Robinson Industries Pro Open. They'll be coming out of lane 3, and if you are in HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460, you need to be in lane number 4. Once again, putting rider safety above all. Just double checking because there was a report of oil, so you've got to make it safe above all. Hate to have Braden Davis, your current number 3 qualifier, have done his burnout, but nobody needs to go down a racetrack that's not 110%. They don't do that here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And once again, all people in the house, no one under the age of 18 is allowed in the starting line area. No one under the age of 18, and we need everyone off of the wall, please. That is not a spectator area. Your bike runs. Move yourself back to the pit area or the many spacious bleachers here at South Georgia. Here's we're back to a safe condition with the racing surface and are going to go hot shortly. Last competitor in Fast by Gas Pro Mod right here, Braden Davis, Douglas, Georgia. Robinson Industries Pro Open, you guys are up right behind, and you guys will be rolling out right behind Braden Davis. Jeff House currently on the pole, but Davis a threat to take that. He has seen a number of riders improve in this field, and he is liable to be another one of those. Braden Davis in the Summit Racing lane. The Davis Racing family. 3 generations of them out there. Grandfather John, a funny bike racer, turbo racer back in the 80s and 90s. And of course, his dad, multi-time champion in Pro Mod. Braden moving in. A little bit of a misfire through the run. He cuts it off. Was not what they were looking for. Still goes a 438 at only 128 mile per hour. But they'll work on that misfire. Jeff House, the leader after 1 and still the leader after 2 with a tremendous 407, leading the way in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Robinson Industries Pro Open's going to be next up. And in the first round, John Terranova, with help from D&G Chassis, set the pole. John Terranova, quickest of 3 bikes in that first session. But since the smoke settled in the first session, Tommy Saxon in his 3-second Suzuki has showed up in the pit area. So they just saw all of the pretty much every Pro Mod bike get better. We'll see what Pro Open has for this second round. First up, Jeffrey Hill. Jeffrey Hill is going to take his shot at the TBM brakes lane. He's got a 482 less than perfect lap under his belt in round 1, and here he goes, moving in. Hill is going to be better than that right here. It's 417 at 170. massive improvement, 0.6 of a second for Jeffrey Hill. And he takes over the proverbial top spot. Oh, we got Evil Bill in the house. Billy Bowes. The greatness that is Billy Bowes. Tommy Saxon right side, and Rob Giard, multi-time champion in Pro Open, left side of the racetrack. Couple turbocharged motorcycles. This is a Hayabusa in the Summit lane and Kawasaki power. Left side. Burnout's complete. Rob Giard out of Tennessee in the pre-stage. Saxon now pre-stage out of Georgia. They just watched Hill improve. Saxon gone. Rob Giard moving through there. Tommy Saxon, 409, taking the pole. 181 mile per hour. Rob Giard actually does improve into the 4-second range, but he drops a spot with Saxon taking over that pole and going the only motorcycle over 180 mile per hour through the 8th mile so far. And that was it for Pro Open. We move into HollywoodDragRacing.com. Pro Ultra 460. I need Pro Street in lane 5, please. Pro Street in lane 5. I need Grudge for a hit in lane 6, and I need Real Street in lane 7. Pro Street lane 5, Grudge lane 6, and Real Street lane 7 in that order. And this is 460. Krakalici versus Elliott. Good little drag race right here. Outstanding. Brandon Elliott was too quick last night. He's too quick again, breaking out. John Krakalici jumps up the pole with a 461. 461 there. Scott Samish in the Summit Racing lane, and Mantez Thompson over there in the TBM brake side. Mantez with a 469 under his belt, and Samish 466. Both riders looking to improve. And they both do. Field tightening up right here. 462 for Mantez is going to move him up, and a 463 for Scott Samish will do the same. Deshawn, the champ, Wheeler. Wheeler Machine, Louisville, Kentucky. He is here on the pit side of the racetrack, his Suzuki, pair of Suzuki. Got Curtis Winston the third. Coming all the way in from St. Louis, Missouri. Somewhere on that bike it says Leatherneck. Deshawn double steps it. Curtis goes red as well, and they both break out. Neither rider will improve in that one. Pro Street to lane 5, please. Pro Street lane 5. Grudge, if you're going to get a hit, lane 6. Grudge into lane 6, and I need Real Street to lane 7. Rock Sanders, Mississippi runner in the right lane, and Morris Ball coming over from Alabama on his Kawasaki. Both riders. Rock Sanders 464, and that is a very slight improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Morris Ball breaking out by a bunch, 452, too quick. Oh, we got the band back together now. Ryan Kramer and Cootie Thomas. Oh, Lord. He got the band back together. Cootie Thomas, this is going to be his first hit. He comes down from Conyers, Georgia. An old gangster in Pro Mod. He knows a few tricks up his sleeve. And Terrence Washington, also from Missouri. A lot of folks coming over from Missouri making the trip. He's in the left lane. Cootie's bike not shifting right. He still musters a 464. That's going to put him solidly in the field. Terrence improves to a 463. Good job, both riders. Brian Smith on barbed wire. Lenox, Georgia, left lane, a Kawasaki, and Rashad Jones from Mississippi on his Suzuki entry. .459 with a 6, 4 ticks off a perfect, but it is no help for Rashad, no help. Brian Smith a little bit off pace at 489. Tyrone Lemons coming up in the right lane. Tyrone Lemons, right side. Doing double, there's the double duty pair right here. Tyrone just had run in Pro Mod, and so did Big Rick Perry. He's on a Kawasaki switching gears now. Tyrone sticking with a Suzuki. Perry with a 477 under his belt and a 489 for Tyrone Lemons. Let's see if both of these riders can improve their positioning. feels a 4:59, his career best on that machine, but it is no good. 7th out, too quick for Perry. 4:66 is an improvement for Lemons. Outstanding round of Pro Ultra 460 action. And next up will be our street tire motorcycles after a little bit of track maintenance and preparation. You know, they tend to like the radial type prep for these machines, so we'll be doing a little bit of massaging on the racing surface, which has been outstanding in all categories so far. Outstanding numbers coming out of this SGMP surface. Pro Street, you'll be next up out of 5. There'll be a Grudge time hit out of 6, and then Real Street out of 7. Next 3 categories coming up. And when we finish with Pro qualifying, it will be ET time run number 3. So, B-Twin riders can stack them up in 3. Pro ET, lane 2, and Street ET, lane 1.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Pro Street's going to be next up. We'll follow with a Grudge test hit, and then Real Street right behind it. Those will be the next 3 categories. Then we'll go into a round of ET time runs. B-Twin ET, please bring it to 3. Street ET to 1, and Pro ET to 2 for your next time run. All right, we're ready to go back hot. Racetrack preparation done. We'll move into Pro Street action coming up next. Stop by and see Johnny Mapp, Bike Paparazzi, set up down there next to the BPM Racing Engines display. Johnny Mapp, he's got all his gear down there for sale. Patrick Borg from Sweden in the Summit Racing lane. And that's Robert Bond II, Peoria, Illinois on his Kawasaki. In the TBM Brakes lane. GT Tonglet currently holding the pole down. We'll see what they've got here in round 2. They've seen the other categories improve. See what they got. Both riders in and away. Good looking passes, both of them. They're going to improve. Robert Bond, 699 with a 2. Dropping the hammer, going 210 mile per hour. How about that for a lap on the SGMP racing surface? Outstanding job to the Bond family out of Peoria, Illinois. At Kawasaki's in the 6-second zone, and Patrick Borg improves markedly to a 734. In one pair, GT Tonglet went from the front of the field to the back of the field. Just that quick. GT earlier 767 at a early shutoff, 160 mile per hour. GT on a pass. He says not that quick, but he does not get the pole back. Right in the mix, 703 at 198 mile per hour. GT slots it back into the second position. All 3 riders improving in that session. They'll have one more shot at it later this afternoon to see what they can put down, what they can improve. Grudge, you're next on the racetrack. Grudge out of lane number 5, please. Grudge out of lane 5. Real Street, you'll be right behind him out of lane 6. I need my V-Twin ET riders, lane 3. MPS Racing Pro ET riders to 2, and Voodoo Custom Street ET. Please bring them to lane 1. You guys will be running directly behind the pros. no-time bikes moving on down through there. There are no clocks on in this category. Couple nice clean runs right there. Outstanding job for both riders. Outstanding round of grudge action right there. Oh, I think it might be lucky that Black Caesar stayed home. Squeaky's got Becky flying. Black Caesar might have got scared on that one. All right, Real Street will be next up. Real Street. And then we will move into an ET time run. Man, twins, be good. The twins, come on now. Back to action here. and Bud Harrod, with a previous 770 under his belt, is leading the pack. George Cross in the right lane. George was packing the wheel way down track earlier. Last night's action. This will be close. Looks like this one's got Bud's name over it. And it does. 778 does not improve. A market improvement for Cross. Cross goes a 790. 194 mile per hour for George Cross to slide up into the field, and Spencer Claycomb, he takes up in the left lane. Spencer, he's from Rockford, Tennessee. ET riders, all ET riders, please report to your respective lanes for a time run. ET riders, all 3 categories of ET, please report to the lanes for a time run. Lakeham's bike experiencing trouble out there. Looked like he was on a good lap, but unable to complete it, and he will be 3rd of 3. A position Spencer not used to. But that puts a period on this second round of pro qualifying. Pro qualifying has concluded. So, need yourself something cold to drink. Tower concession stand is wide open. Cold drinks, hot food. Get your grub on at the Tower concession stand right here at the base of the timing tower. The SGMP concession stand has got everything you need. We got food trucks on site right next door. Different varieties of food for everybody taking in these events. All right, lanes are now open for ET categories. V-Twin ET, you're first up out of 3. We'll then move to Street ET in lane number 1, and we'll wrap it up with MPS Racing Pro ET out of lane 2. Those will be your next 3 categories on track, and it'll be a time run session. Once we conclude the ET time runs, we're going to move into Sportsman qualifying. That'll be their 3rd and final round of qualifying. 3rd and final round will be behind the ET time run. The SGMP souvenir trailer is open right here at the base of the timing tower. You can't miss it. The familiar blue and green colors of SGMP. Shirts, hoodies, hats, they've got it all down at the SGMP trailer. Get your official SGMP souvenir merchandise right there. Moreland Hookup also in the house with drag racing oriented clothing. They're right behind the timing tower. Stop by and check out what Moreland Hookup's got available. They got some hats, big hats, give you a lot of shade out there in the bleachers. And check them out. And that's Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin time run number 3 in the books. We're going to move it into Voodoo Customs Street ET. Voodoo Customs, manufacturers of outstanding exhaust products for a wide variety of motorcycles, not just exhaust. Check out the voodoocustoms.com website, and you'll see the Voodoo Custom exhaust system on a lot of the Street ET motorcycles. Outstanding products coming out of Northern Ohio for a variety of categories. Street ET next up. We'll follow that up with MPS Racing Pro ET. Ultra Sportsman Riders, if you're not in Street ET or Pro ET, Lane 4 is now open for you. Ultra Sportsman Riders, J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman Riders, lane number 4 is now open for you. down to the very end of Street ET time run number 3. A 890 with a 9. 146 mile per hour pass. Johnny Markham left side and bike number 0088, double A88 in the right lane. 947 left, 923 right lane. J2 Connect, Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4. J2 Connect, Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4. And I need MTC Engineering Super Comp riders. Ken, bring them to lane number 5 if you're not in Pro ET. Lane 5 is now open for you, Super Comp riders. Working our way through a round of ET time runs currently. We'll move from there to Sportsman qualifying. After Sportsman qualifying is going to be the 3rd round of Pro qualifying. It's got the next couple hours, few hours of foreseeable track time. Always a great opportunity to visit the concession stand here at the base of the timing tower. The SGMP concession stand is open for your food and beverage needs. And if you need some bagged ice, they've got bagged ice available. Keep your cooler fresh. Bagged ice is available here at the tower concession stand. And if by chance you have a quality, keyword quality, pit scooter for sale, don't hesitate to visit the top of the timing tower and speak to track owner Raul Torres. May possibly be interested in purchasing a quality pit bike. If you have one or know of one for sale here at the facility, stop by the timing deck and speak to track owner Raul about the possibility of taking a look at that machine for you and taking it off your hands. Sean Rainey, 783, 167. He was 027 off the start line, and he was second. It's Brandon Rodriguez out of Bellevue, Florida on his Gixxer 1000. Went a 907 with an 01 reaction time. Outstanding pair of runs there. We're in MPS Racing Pro ET action. Their time run session here. I do need my J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders to lane number 4. J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders to lane number 4, and MTC Super Comp riders to lane number 5. Once again, if you have business with MTC Engineering, please stop by and visit Eric now this afternoon and get that done, because Eric is going to be pulling out tonight at the end of the show. He will not be in attendance tomorrow, so you're going to want to visit MTC Engineering sooner the better. If you've got business dealings, you want to get some stuff with MTC Engineering. Michael Carter goes an 883, and Toby Malfers goes an 884 in that pair. They were tied together going down the track. Davis, Douglas, Georgia, right side on a Kawasaki, and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Citra, Florida on a Kawasaki ZX12. 901 for Schmidt and 857 for Davis. Both of those riders loaded for bear on a tree. There is a lot of tree chopping going on here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Glenn Geiger, Ashburn, Georgia, Kawasaki rider left side, and Gary Russell from Florida in the right lane. Kawasaki's a pair, another pair of great lights. Gonna be some tough action in MPS Racing Pro ET. 892 for Russell, 921 for Glenn Geiger. Samuel Parrish, Green Cove Springs, Florida, left side. Kevin Peterson in the right lane. Kevin coming up from Clearwater, Florida on his 83 Suzuki. 898 for Parrish, 909 for Peterson. Left side, Suzuki runner, and bike 3101 on the right side. 930 for the right lane, 883 left side. Running them through here in MPS Racing Pro ET. From Pro ET, we will move into J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. I need MTC Engineering Super Comp riders to lane number 5, please. Super Comp to lane number 5. If you are available, let's get her up in the lanes, please. Trouble with the right lane, and he's backing it off left lane. Daryl Perkins out of Milton, Florida. 8:28, 157, good pass. Jim Trent leaving in a wisp of smoke out of Tennessee. Right side, Daryl Stevens. Left side, he goes 888. Stevens does in a 988. 88's all over the board right there. Jim Trent, 988, 130 in the Summit Racing lane. And Daryl Stevens, 888 at 149 over in the TBM Brakes lane. Braden Davis, right side. Kawasaki ZX14 in the left lane. Something not shifting. It is not Davis's bike. Davis, 891, 148. 1072 at 83. That was the troubled pass for bike number 89 in the left lane. Mike Perry, part of the Perry Brothers Flying Circus out of Venice, Florida. Left side goes an 870. Rodney McFarland, 794 at only 139. He was on the brakes at the finish line. Rodney's 2009 Suzuki Hayabusa is flying. $870 for Loney and a $1080 for Berger. I need all my riders in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman to be in lane number 4, please. You guys and gals will be next on the racing track. Follow that up with MTC Engineering Super Comp. Pro Riders, you're on a 2:30 callback. Pro Riders, 2:30. Approximate time for your next round of competition. Pro Riders, 2:30 callback. Ryland Rowe, 891 and Fittipaldi Petrez, 10:02. All right, that puts a period on our action here in MPS Racing Pro ET. We're going to be moving into J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman next up. I need MTC Engineering Supercomp to lane 5 and Schwartz Law Group. Top Gas Riders, you can bring them to lane 6. Kenneth Schwartz, Attorney at Law, Top Gassers to lane 6. one qualifier with a 9:51 with a 2. Stanley Russell right behind him and all over the number at 9:51.5. Charlie Brown 9:53. Brad Rudelseal 9:54 and John Markham's 9:56 round out the top 5 in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. MTC Engineering Super Comp lane 5 and Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas, lane number 6, please. Schwartz, Top Gas, lane number 6, MTC Super Comp, lane number 5. We've got J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman in the puddle. Broderick Jackson, check your phone. Check your phone. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, we got word that Black Caesar's on the property. He's coming for that stack of 10. He wants that money from Becky. We got a big one coming up tonight. Black Caesar is on the property. Wade Smith and Brian Rudelseal. Smith, 950 with a 6 for Wade. 950 with a 6, too quick for Rudelseal's 945. Wade jumps to the top of the heap. Big stand, blows a tire off it. Uncharacteristic. Lindbergh Simmons, 10:07, no help. And all of the J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders, anybody with a Gen 2 Busa, FuelTech has their complete standalone system with a wiring harness, plug and play. Gen 2 Hayabusa plug-and-play system, $3,000, and if you can remove the gas tank and the fairing, that's all you got to do. Install time is under 90 minutes, and you'll be on the racetrack and running the best of the best with FuelTech. Complete standalone plug-and-play system for the Gen 2 Hayabusa now available from FuelTech. They've got one on display and available for purchase right here on the vendor midway. FuelTech right across from the Van Cup registration trailer. We are getting down to the very, very short rows of Ultra Sportsman. We'll move into MTC Engineering Super Comp next up. Wade Smith knocking Ed Ruffin and Stanley Russell down on the pole. Wade's got it. Looks like we got one pair left, or it's Wade's. One pair left here in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman before we move into MTC Engineering Super Comp. And both riders away. Too quick and too quick. Congratulations to Wade Smith, your #1 qualifier in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. Final call for MTC Engineering Super Comp in lane 5, and I do need all of my Top Gas riders to bring them to lane 6. Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law. Top Gas, bring him to 6. And we're just about to roll MTC Engineering Super Comp out to the puddle. Top gas, top gas. I need you riders to lane number 6. And Dave Young snuck in there somewhere. He's got an 890 with a 4. Dave Young is currently your number 1 qualifier. Big Dave, coming out of North Carolina. One of the hardest working guys in drag racing. Helps a lot of racers out with some beautiful paint. Congratulations, Dave Young, 890 with a 4. There's a little bit of room there. Taylor Harper right on his tail, and Taylor's in the puddle. Scotty DeLong right behind Nat, 890 with an 8, but Harper did it first. Dave Young going into his final qualifying session, your number 1 qualifier. Will it hold? Taylor Harper with an 890 with an 8 under his belt. And Bryce Jackson, son of Man Cup proprietor Broderick Jackson, on his GSXR 1000 Suzuki in the TBM brakes lane. Taylor and Bryce, they're gone. Harper schooling them on the tree. And it is a double breakout. Harper, 881, under by a bunch, and 888 for Bryce Jackson. Oh, we're having a drag race now. Randy Smith, 886, and That's too quick. Kyle Fulgham's 896. Mike Likoski next up, right side, and Daryl Stevens left lane. Stevens with an outstanding 893 to his credit, as well as Likoski. A pair of guys who got an 893 under their belt, and Likoski improves 891 with a 1. Too quick for Daryl Stevens. Great job by Mike Likoski to move up to currently number 4, but it is Dave Young holding the pole still. David Young, Asheville, North Carolina. Stacy Smith on his Hayabusa left side, and Gary Russell in the right lane coming up from Inglewood, Florida. .902 in the left lane and an off-pace 1099, no help. And actually that 902 does help Stacy because he had gone too quick prior, so he will move up the roster with that pass. Michael Perry left side and Sam Parrish right side. Oh, Perry, 889 with a 7. Mike Perry, 3 thousandths off, about the same measure as his brother did in 460. 3 thou under, no good. But it is closer to the index. Parrish as well, under 885, no good. Big Dave Young watching on anxiously. Will it hold? Michael Smith, left side, and Dwayne Schmidt in the right lane. Schmidt too quick. Smith off pace. Simmons right side and Bob Mann in the left lane. Lindbergh off pace 10:07, and Bob Mann just a bit too quick at 887, but he's been all over that 890 index. Pair after pair roll through, and Dave Young still up the top of the heap. Scotty DeLong left side, Wade Smith in the right lane. .891 with an 8 for Wade, moves him up the pole. DeLong too quick at 888. Braden Davis right side and CJ Mims in the left lane. Davis is 884, too quick. Mims is 902, will not benefit. They keep rolling down through there. Top gas riders, I need you to lane 6, please. Top gas to lane 6, please. Top gas, lane number 6. .904 for Shane Cunningham, and that is an improvement for him. That'll put him on the positive side of the ladder. Bernard Gilbert's 886 is also a slight improvement, but he's still under. Not where you want to be living. Broderick Jackson, please check in at the tower. Broderick Jackson, please check in at the tower. Rich Holder, he's away. Whistling down through there. 865 at 133, that is too quick. Rich does not improve. And getting down to putting a period on Super Comp. Let's see who's got it. You got one of the Rowe brothers up. You got a couple heavy hitters coming up in the left lane. Dave Young sweating bullets. Is he going to hold the pole? Saved a couple of the best for last right here. Here's Rylan Rowe. See what he's got. Rylan by a thou is under. 889 with a 9. No improvement. right, well, David Young, congratulations. You've held serve through 3 rounds. Next on the racetrack will be Top Gas Action. Top Gas Action, you guys will be next up. And then we're going to go into the 3rd round of pro qualifying behind Top Gas. So at this point, I do need Pro Mod in the lanes for 230. Pro Mod, Fast My Gas Pro Mod lane 2, Robinson Industries Pro Open lane 3, and 460 category to lane 4. We need you guys in the lanes for 230, please. Moving into Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas, and Rashad Rowe has left nothing on the bone. He should very well secure your #1 qualifying position. He went 8:20 with a 0. Rashad Rowe holding it down. Mike Wagner 8:21. Chuck Curls 8:21. Kenny Schwartz himself, the legend, 8:23, and Richard Holder 8:23. That's your top 5 in Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas, a new sponsor for Top Gas this year. Kenny Schwartz stepping up, sponsoring the category he's run in successfully for a lot of years. Top Gas Action here. Mike Lingo, right side, and Brandon Cunningham, left lane, excuse me. Cunningham on the ZX14 in the left, and Lingo. Oh, look at that, 820 with a 0 at 158, 828 with a 5, but I don't know if the machine's going to calculate to 4. Rashad Rowe is still the leader. Brandon Cunningham has been robbed. He went 8:20 with a 0, and he will not be the number 1 qualifier. Good pass by Brandon. Montez Jr. 8:27. That is an improvement for him. George Jones 8:20 with a 7. Big George. All over that 8:20 number. George Jones moving on up. Mike Wagner next up, left side. And that's Mark Chaffee, right side out of Jupiter, Florida. Mike roaring down through there. He goes a 8:20 with an 8. Mike Wagner 8:20 with an 8. 8:30 for Mark Chaffee. No improvement. But Wagner actually improves on his 8:21.5. Outstanding job by Mike Wagner. Class sponsor in the right lane, and Steve Breakstone all over the left lane a bit. Schwartz with a 004 light. He goes 8:10 breaking out. Steve Breakstone off pace 9:57. Colby Lewis, right lane. Rodney McFarland left. Rodney has been breaking out, and it looks like he's gonna do it again. He does. Rodney, 8:09 actually is a very slight improvement. Colby Lewis off pace. And he will cross. No, he left before the tree was activated, so he will not get a time. Pros, pro riders need Pro Mod to lane 2. You've had a 2:30 call up. Pro Mod lane 2. Pro Mod lane 2, Pro Open lane 3, 460, lane 4.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard, fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Pro riders, need you guys and gals into your respective lanes for your next round of qualifying. Pro riders, you'll be next on racetrack here. Pro riders, Pro mod to 2, Pro open to 3, and 460 to 4, please.
This is it, Man Cup. FuelTech everywhere all year, and especially right here. This is John Terranova with his extremely innovative ZX14 FuelTech powered Kawasaki. Now, John hasn't had the best weekend so far. John, as I understand, we've had a bit of a technical malfunction. Am I correct?
Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue.
And tell us a little more about just what happened.
Oh, we decided to get a little bit of bearing material on the magnet here.
That don't look good.
Yeah, it looks like we maybe sucked in a little bit too much methanol in the oil instead of changing the oil like I should have.
So what John's alluding to is it's a methanol-fueled machine. And, of course, methanol does have the negative attribute of contaminating the lubricant in the oil pan. And if enough of the methanol contaminant gets in there, it will affect lubrication quality to the oh-so-important engine bearings. And we appear to have pieces of the bearings right here. So never a good find for any racer. John is feeling sufficiently bemused, but he thinks he can prevent this in the future. And John, what will you do in the future to prevent this?
Oh, I'm probably going to talk to Hollywood and ask him if I can use his credit card next time instead of mine.
Well, that's one option.
That's one option.
But on the list of actual options,
We're going to actually start doing the maintenance a little bit better than we've been doing.
that sounds great. So, John, tell us a little bit about the bike. You've been building this for a number of years. Was it always intended to be ZX14 powered?
No, sir. It was originally started out as a KZ turbo bike with mechanical fuel injection. And I happened to have a rod issue with that one, and she destroyed everything. So I said, great time to bring it over to some new technology. And the new technology may just be a tad bit smarter than me.
Well, that can happen sometimes. My father, who you were good friends with, Bill Hahn Sr., had a saying for that. He would say that you were suffering from improvement.
Yeah, suffering from improvement. I know how to check my email and don't know much about all this electronic stuff.
But it seems to me you've got a bit of an ace in the hole there regarding your FuelTech connection. Am I correct?
Yeah, just a little bit. My darling wife happens to work for FuelTech, and I've gotten in real good with a majority of the guys at FuelTech who thankfully like me enough to help.
It's an outstanding ally to have. So, and we're so happy to have them as a sponsor for our entire season here this year at Man Cub Drag Racing. I mean, couldn't ask for more than FuelTech. They've put so much effort into the bikes. So how long has your wife worked for FuelTech?
She's been there a little over a year now, and I will tell you this about FuelTech. You will not find another company out there that does support like they do. There is not one company that does support. If you got a problem with FuelTech, you call them, they will take care of you.
Well, that's one more reason why FuelTech is everywhere in every form of motorsport, two-wheeled, four-wheeled, not just on a drag strip, but everywhere else too. I'm even trying to get them to do some FuelTech systems for, of all things, Polaris slingshots. Why not? But they're actually receptive to the idea.
Yeah, yes, they are. They're doing a lot of jet skis and that kind of stuff, a lot of personal watercraft. They're doing, unfortunately, electric vehicles. I'm not a fan, but they do electric vehicles. Obviously all cars, motorcycles, they're open to everything.
And that's really cool, and when you think about it, FuelTech, of course, is an engine management company, which we primarily associate with internal combustion engines. How broad thinking is it that they're already looking far enough forward to involve themselves with electric vehicles as well?
Yeah, it's crazy how far ahead they are thinking. And, they're getting a pretty good handle on it. They do get a lot of good feedback from the customers. And you can't do anything without feedback. They want to listen. You got a company that listens and takes care of you. It's a win-win.
It really is. I saw Lucas from FuelTech over here helping you out. And I mean, even though you do have a bit of a nepotism connection, that is classically characteristic of FuelTech's approach. They're in the pits. They're working with people directly. It's just the company to get engine management from, as far as I'm concerned. And I've worked with electronic engine management pretty much since it first, hit these shores. My first experience was with, of all things, a Haltech F3 back in 1989. First computer I ever bought was to work with this Haltech F3, and it was so rudimentary compared to what's going on today. I mean, literally had like 5% of the power and screens. But it was definitely the wave of the future. So bikes like this show us where things are going. There was a time when we would have called this a funny bike. These days, the term funny bike has kind of, become a bit of an anachronism. Now we call them pro-open bikes, or even, it's a ultra pro mod, whatever you want to call it, it's cool. And John, continued good success with it. I know once you get your mechanical demons conquered, you'll be fine. I heard the bike go down the track yesterday, and I was like, oh, so sweet. So continued good luck with it, John. Thanks for talking with us today.
Bill, good talking to you again. We'll talk soon.
Certainly will. And there you go. Just one more example of how FuelTech is bringing engine technology within the reach of everyone. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be rich. You just need to run FuelTech.
Appreciate it, brother.
Look at, he got two different colors.
And attention in the pits, if we have any racers or fans from the Iowa area, anyone from Iowa, please check in at the timing tower. And once again, after careful consideration, attention in the pits racers, it has been determined that we are going to add a 4th round to all categories. ET riders will get a 4th time run after these pros run. That will be ET time run number 4. Beyond that, we'll do a chip draw for the Grudge and their elimination number 1. Sportsman qualifier number 4 will follow that up, and that will be final. Grudge elimination round 2 after that. Pros Q4, there will be a pro Q4. And then ET elimination number 1, the buyback round, and Grudge final run. That will finish up the day. So all categories have had a run added. Another round of time runs for the ET categories, another round of qualifying for sportsmen and pros that has been added to the schedule. And if you're tuning in the pits, 97.1 is the track radio station. And here comes the Rick Perry fleet. Trish at the wheel. That can't be good. Jeff House dominating in Pro Mod so far. He's been low. Both the first and second rounds, Richard Gadsden picked it up immensely to grab the number 2 spot. Braden Davis solidly in third. Terry Wynn stepping up to 4th. Rick Perry in 5th. Gerald Smith holding the 6th spot, and Tyrone Lemons currently in the 7th of 7. Probably can expect a shakeup here. We've got Pro Mods. Fast By Guess Pro Mods are in lane number 2. Robinson Industries Pro Open. I need you guys to lane number 3, please. Next on track will be Fast by Gas Pro Mod. We'll follow that up with Robinson Industries Pro Open. Once again, MTC Engineering is only here for the next few hours, so if you've got some business to do with MTC Engineering, something to purchase, maybe a clutch to drop off or a block to drop off for work, let's get that done here in the very near future, as MTC Engineering will be packing up and unfortunately having to head home tonight rather than the scheduled tomorrow night. We will be here for the duration of today, but if you got something to do, let's get it done sooner than later at MTC Engineering. The hard-working staff at SGMP keeping that racing surface in outstanding condition, considering all of the direct sunlight it's had all day yesterday and today. It's been there for each and every session. All right, looks like we got Pro Mod pushing to the puddle. 460 bikes, I need you guys and gals in lane number 4. Pro Open to 3. And first up, Terry Wynn in the TBM brakes lane. He stepped up in a big way last session, and so did the number 1 qualifier, Jeff House. Put it into 4.0s. Jeff and Sandra House making the trip from Texas. They've been low through 2. This is Pro qualifying session number 3 of now 4. There will be a 4th round of qualifying later on that will wrap it up. But this is now number 3 of 4. Terry Wynn from Jacksonville, Florida on his Suzuki, and Jeff House, the Halslet, Texas runner. Jeff went a 4:07.4 at 175.89. That is low ET and top speed, it appears, in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Burnout's complete. They're going to stage him up, see who's got what. Jeff House, Summit side. House improves again. 3 for 3 for House. He's batting 1,000. 4:06 with a 7. Jeff House improves. Terry Wynn, 4:21, falls slightly off pace, but he's still there. Terry Wynn went 176 mile per hour in the left lane. Wynn got to match that power. He gave it up in the 60 and the 330, but he was marching at the 8th mile. He was marching. Rick Perry on the BPM Racing Engines Suzuki. Summit side. Richard Gadsden. Richard, I can ride anything, Gadsden. And that's actually not an overstatement. You put Richard Gadsden on it, your bike will go fast. Richard has been through pretty much all of the categories, and he currently resides at the top of the heap in NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle, running out of the fabled Vance and Hines stable in Indiana, who was very sparingly missed with the recent tornado activity up there in Brownsburg. Both riders moving in. Gadsden and Perry. Gadsden 423. Perry repeats with a 428. Perry 170 mile per hour terminal speed. They're working a new tire in the right lane, and that does have to show up as an improvement for him. Jeff House still at the top of the heap, 406. Richard Gadsden's 410. Holding in second. Richard backed up to a 423 at only 165 for him. 103 short time for Richard in the left lane. We've yet to see Braden Davis, who's looking to move back up. And there is Braden Davis in the TBM brakes lane right now. Braden Davis currently locked into the number 3 spot at 411, but looking to improve. He saw Jeff House move up. A couple other riders backed up. Let's see what Davis has in store on his Timlin chassis. Davis Racing backed entry. Davis, a little bit of tire spin out there, and very wisely just cut it off. Knew he wasn't going to improve, saved the equipment. Braden Davis, an early shutoff 451. Yeah, we got one left in Pro Mod. It's going to be Gerald Smith on Black Ops in the TBM brakes lane. He is patiently waiting in the water box. The reds are on, so we've got something down track. Rider safety above everything. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 3, and then we'll move into 460 category out of lane 4. Pro Street, you can bring them to lane 5. Pro Street to 5. Grudge for your final shakedown. Grudge for your final shakedown into 6. And Real Street into 7. Grudge, this will be your final shakedown. And then you guys are going to turn around and run your elimination round number 1 after the ET time runs. So you're going to do the chip draw live on the live feed up in the staging lanes. And from there, you're going to go to your pairs. So bring your bike to the lanes. We're going to do the chip draw live, and you guys are going to knock it off. Right there, your elimination round number 1 is going to be run on its own and broadcast. right, word from the top end is that the racetrack will be clear momentarily, and will be able to send Smitty down to conclude this round of Fast by Gas Pro Mod qualifying. Smitty moving up in the TBM brakes lane. For Smitty, this is a good lap. 442, 160. It looked better than that. Good job for Gerald Smith. It is not an improvement, believe it or not, but that was a good looking clean pass for Smitty. He is going to hold down the 6th spot. Looks like Tyrone Lemons is not making the call for this round. He'll have one final round later to get the job done to move up off of that number 7 spot. But Jeff House, quickest in all 3 sessions, and went quicker every time, including this one, with the sun directly on the racetrack. Hold and serve. We move into Robinson Industries Pro Open. Multi-time champion Rob Giard in the Summit Racing lane on his Kawasaki. Tommy Saxon currently on the pole with a 409 at over 180, the only bike that's topped 180 in the quarter mile for us so far. Jeffrey Hill in the 2nd spot. John Terranova holding 3rd. And Rob Giard looking to move off of the bump right now. He wants to move it up, move it up, move it out. Both machines. No, this is turbo versus nitrous here. Carburetors or fuel injection with nitrous assist in the left lane, and big turbocharged methanol burning Kawasaki here on the pit side. Both riders carefully moving in. Hill's bike trouble shifting, but he pushes it through. Jeffrey Hill 437 at 161. Rob Giard 487 with a 4. Slight improvement, but not enough to move him up the ladder, and no improvement for Hill. elbows, tuned entry, holding tight on that number 1 position. Outstanding job, and just that quick, we're done with Robinson Industries Pro Open, and we move to HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460. This is a 460 fixed index category that John Krakalici currently holds the pole at a 461 with a 1 Morris Ball right on his tail, and Morris is in the Summit Racing lane. Morris has got a 462 to his credit, so does Mantez Thompson. Terrence Washington and Scott Samish with 463s. That's your top 5 before this round, and it's very liable to shake up. Something's not running right, but they leg it through. And Rock Sanders was 461 flat. That is a improvement to put him on the pole. It was Morris Ball having trouble. He went 489. Rock Sanders by a thou right there, just the first pair, shaking it up. Rock Sanders now on the top of the heap at 461 flat. Scott Samish up next. Pair of Kawasaki's right here. You don't get that very often in 460 to have them in both lanes. But the man with the golden lungs, Brian Smith, barbed wire. Brother Con Racing here on the pit side. Samish in the left lane. And that is Smith 470, an improvement. Samish 475, no improvement. Brandon Elliott, he's got a under the number 457, and Rashad Jones 464. Both riders looking to improve. Oh, pair of 458s that will actually improve Elliott very slightly, but no help for Jones. ET Riders, you can bring them back to lanes 3, 2, and 1 respectively. Street ET to 1, Pro ET to 2, and V-Twin ET to 3. We'll start with V-Twin as we do. You guys are gonna come out of 3. We'll move to Street ET out of 1, and then Pro ET out of 2. That will be your 4th and final time run coming up. ET Riders, the lanes are open for you. You will run behind the pros. Curtis Winston, the 3rd. And the champ in the left lane, Curtis Winston, 461 with a 4. Big move for him. Deshaun, his 463 moves him up as well. Curtis Winston slides it into the 3rd spot at this point. We've still got a few 460 entries to go. Oh, we got Cootie Thomas, an old gangster over on the far side. Cootie! That's old school. Old school in the house. Cootie Thomas's first pass threw out a 464, and he's currently in the number 9 spot. Terrence Washington, he's got a 463 to his credit, and he's holding down the number 6 spot. Bringing them up on the starting line rev limiters, both motorcycles equipped with MTC engineering slider clutches, as pretty much 100% of the field is. Cootie out of there like a rocket and left before the tree was activated. Oh, Terrence, so close. 459 with a 3 for Terrence. Just under, so he will hold his position. Tyrone Lemons next up. He did not make this round of Pro Mod, but he's right back out here in 460. Lemons has got a 466 to his credit. Mantez Thompson, 462. Should be a very tight race. Both of these guys all over that 460 number. Just a tick too quick, 458 for Tyrone. No help. No help for Mantez as well. He slows up to a 466, and we're just about to wrap up our 460 category. Pro Street to 5, Grudge to 6, and Real Street to 7. Those will be the next 3 categories. Let's get them in the lanes, please. Get them in the lanes. There's another double duty. Rick Perry, TBM Brakes lane on the Peterson Automotive Kawasaki. Perry just missed the pole last round by like a thou or 3 thou. See if the necessary adjustments are made. Christine Babor lining them up, making sure everything's in order. The good doctor, George Babor, watching over. Perry's in. Perry's gone. Good looking run. 66, 466, and that is an improvement for Perry. He'll move up out of that 13 spot. Rock Sanders takes over the helm. Rock is your new number 1 qualifier. Crackdalici bumped to 2nd, and Curtis Winston moving up to 3rd. That is how it lies right now. After 3 of 4 sessions, we'll have a final qualifying coming up later for the HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460s. Pro Street is next up, followed by the final Grudge hit. And then Real Street. Those will be our next three categories. I do need my ET riders back for a fourth time run. All three ET categories. We'll kick it off with V-Twin ET out of 3, move to Street ET out of 1, and wrap it up with Pro ET out of 2.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Switching gears and doing a little bit of radial type track prep for the Pro Street entries, Real Street entries, and Grudge entries. That's complete, and we roll Pro Street to the puddle. Mr. 6 second Robert Bond II on his Kawasaki entry holding the pole, and he's first up in the Summit Racing lane. Patrick Borg, all the way over from Sweden on a motorcycle that's based in Clearwater, Florida at Brinkman Fabrication. That is the ex-Bud Yoder Pro Street bike, so it has a lot of pedigree. Patrick, he's currently in the third of three with a 734. All three riders moved up last round. Let's see if they can do it again. Street ET to 1, Pro ET to 2, and V-Twin ET to 3, please. Patrick Borg. Left side, and Robert Bond in the right lane. Clean launches for both riders, and it looks like it's going to be Bond all the way. 704 at 204. Patrick Borg's early shutoff 946 at only 95 mile per hour. So Patrick Borg does not improve on that lap. GT Tonglet will look to improve from his 703. Can Tonglet grab the pole from Bond? And it's not James Bond. GT Tonglet, one of not many riders with Top Fuel bike experience. Not many riders, and he did that here at the Man Cup Finals last November and did an outstanding job with his first 2 test hits on the Redneck Express. Now jumping on turbocharged Hayabusa. Been 703 already, nearing 200 mile per hour. Let's see if he can improve. He's out of it early. Didn't like something, and he just decided to rein it in. Come back and do it later. So, no change in the Pro Street lineup. Robert Bond II is still holding the pole. And we got the final hit of test hits for Grudge right now. In the puddle, out of the puddle. Becky, left side. Damian Solis from Hudson, Florida, in the Summit Racing lane. Becky, TBM brakes lane. This is no time, and this is the last shakedown. This is it. Chip draw is coming up. Damian pulling the wheel. Becky roaring. Both riders not showing their whole hand. It's a game of trickery. Uh-oh, Squeak. Squeak calling him. Squeak calling him out. Squeak says he's going to take it home. Squeaky says he's taking it home. Big Don. Real Street Riders, my Real Street Riders there in WH Steel Buildings, Real Street. You can suit them up. We're going to put you on racetrack right behind these Grudge entries. This is the final test hit, final shakedown for Grudge. The chip draw will be upcoming, and they're going into action tonight. Gonna see who's walking the walk and talking the talk, because they darn sure can talk. ET Riders, between ET and 3. I'll kick you off, and then Voodoo Custom Street ET should be in 1, and MPS Racing Pro ET into lane number 2. ET Riders, you will be coming out after the pros. Both riders roaring down through there, and that's a full pull in the left lane. A little bit of mid-track trouble and off pace for the right lane, but it's just a shakedown. We'll see what they got. Brian Kramer looks very happy with what happened in the left lane. Gonna have some very interesting matchups on that chip draw, which will be coming up. Chip draw and Grudge elimination round number 1 is going to be coming up after this session of ET. So Grudge bikes, get back, service them, turn them around. You guys will be up after this round of ET time runs for your chip draw and elimination round 1. We move into WH Steel Buildings, Real Street. Bud Harrod holding the serve with number 1 qualifying time. George Cross is 2nd. Spencer Claycomb 3rd. George Cross in the TBM brakes lane right now, and Bud Harrod. Bud is taking up in the Summit Racing lane. Question is, can Spencer Claycomb put it together here and run something close to his routine performance? He has not had a good run yet. Bud Hare, a troubled run, and he's off the gas. Unfortunately, George Cross having trouble, and he's going to have to back it off. Rolling down through there. 776 in the left lane. Spencer Claycomb, 885, 120. We're currently in Voodoo Custom Street ET. This is time run number 4. Grudge. Attention in the pits. Live chip draw, and first round pairings. Have your bikes in the lanes at 4:15. Bikes in the lanes, 4:15, ready to draw and ready to run. Rolling on through Street ET. Bryce Jackson right side goes at 888. Mark Chisholm 911. Street ET, Voodoo Custom Street ET, rumbling on. Randall Cross right side. CJ Mims in the left lane. Georgia on Georgia violence right here. Randall goes red, but it does not matter. Ooh, that was close at the finish line. Mims is 895. Cross 889. Putting the finishing touches on this time trial round for Voodoo Custom Street ET. We're going to be moving into MPS Racing's Pro ET very shortly. Grudge riders, prepare your bikes. Grudge riders, prepare your bikes. The live chip draw will be at 4:15 on the starting line, and have your bikes in the lanes ready to run right behind the chip draw. Live chip draw at 4:15 and be ready to run right behind it. Grudge riders, 4:15 live chip draw. Stacy Smith right side and Greg Crawford left side. Street ET, finishing up with our Voodoo Custom Street ET. We're going to move shortly into Pro ET. MPS Racing, the Pro ET sponsor, as they've been for a very long time. MPS Racing specializing in performance for the Sportsman and ET rider, giving you the equipment and the parts to win. Check out mpsracing.com on the internet. See what they can do for your racing program. Big thanks to Dustin Lee and his team, the new owners of MPS Racing, for their support here at Man Cup.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Lanes. You're going to draw chips to see who your opponent is. That's going to be live on the line. Brandon Rodriguez throwing down a 000 green light. He goes a 910 on his MPS Racing Pro ET shot. Chuck Curl's got it fixed up. He goes a 826. And he's alive in Pro ET action and probably your Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas category to boot. Pro ET rolling through. Pro ET. 832 left side, 866 right. Could hear the tire shake from here on Rainey's bike. Roaring down through there. He's probably our quickest Pro ET bike. 792, 166 for Sean Rainey. Mike Perry, left lane. Still trying to dial it in for Super Comp. He has lost the plot. Rodney McFarland, who has been flying this weekend on his Hayabusa. Rodney 811, Mike Perry 866. Still a bit under on the MTC Engineering Super Comp Index. MTC Engineering is going to be wrapping it up here shortly. If you've got some business, it cannot wait till tomorrow. Please stop by and see Eric and the staff at MTC now if you need something from them, because they will be packing it in. Braden Davis left side. Glenn Geiger turns it red, 006 on the red side. He goes a 930. Davis 892. He is set for Super Comp action. Grudge Bikes, live chip draw, and be ready for first round of eliminations. 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the lanes for live chip draw and first round of eliminations for the Grudge Bikes. Got a report of possible debris on the racetrack, so as always, safety above all. A racetrack inspection is underway. Live chip draw and Grudge, first round of eliminations. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Grudge Bikes, I need you into your lane. Grudge Bikes, bring them up to lane 6. We're going to do a live chip draw to figure out your dancing partner, and you guys are going on the racetrack for the first round of action. 10-minute call up. Grudge Bikes, 10-minute call. 2012 Suzuki Hayabusa. Left side goes a 908 and 911 in the right lane for John Markham. Bernard coming on down from Covington, Georgia on his Hayabusa. Bernard 889 with a 6. 898 for Rowe. And we're wrapping that up. We're wrapping it up here in Pro ET. I need my Grudge bikes. 5-minute call up to the lanes. Live chip draw, and Grudge will be next on the racetrack. Getting the last bits of MPS Racing Pro ET. We've been eclipsed. Sean Rainey no longer with the quickest Pro ET bike in the field. There's a 762 at 158 on the board. Stout number in the left lane.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Once again, we are ready for the live chip draw for the Grudge racers. Live trip draw in the lanes. Bring your motorcycles and be ready to race. This is going to be elimination round 1. Live chip draw. Let's get Grudge racers lane number 6, please. Grudge, get them up here to lane 6. We're going to do that chip draw live on the internet feed. I got a couple of the players already here. Racetrack is hot and ready to go for you. We will be moving directly into Sportsman final qualifying after the Grudge round 1. So, my J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders, let's get them into lane 4. Ultra Sportsman into 4. Super Comp into 5 and Top Gas. Hold back for now, but shortly, very shortly, you can bring them to 6. And it is final call at MTC Engineering. The tents are down. If you need some of the world-class equipment from MTC Engineering, it is final call. The bus is going to be pulling out. You need a clutch or a block or any of the race parts that he has there. You put it off all day. We've been telling you, plans have changed. He's got to be back at the shop tomorrow. So he's pulling out tonight. Final call at MTC Engineering.
chip draw coming right at you at the water box. Grudge Life chip draw happening right now at the water box.
All right, we got all the players in the house. Grudge players in the house. Yeah, they're going to do that live chip draw right about now. And we'd like to welcome Danny and Sandra from Hey Hyra. Maybe their first time out at the drag strip. Welcome, Danny and Sandra from Hey Hyra. Broderick's out there doing this a live chip draw. See who they're gonna get as their dancing partner. Grudge bikes are in the lanes. We're gonna pair them up. This is E1 for Grudge. You can hope you get a good pull. And then when you think you got a good pull, the other guy gonna step up and slap you. Broderick laying wood on him out there. This is a live drawing. Let's see who you're running. J squared. J2 Connect. Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4. You'll be up right behind Grudge. All right, we're going to get the draw going. Let's pair them up, move them down the highway. J Squared Ultra Sportsman to lane 4 for your final qualifier, please. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane 5. Those will be the next 2 categories out after this Grudge elimination round 1. Oh, Don's going to get the stacks. Big Money Don walking off. Ooh, they might have found who Becky's running.
You ready?
Hey, man.
All right, man. We got 5 racers. We're going to pull 6 chips. There's going to be 1 left in the bag. There's going to be 1 by run. So we're just going to put them all in here. Now, this is fair, right? Everybody's all right with this? All right, it's fair.
Hold on, man. It got to be fair, man. It got to be fair.
It's the law.
It's the law. When you got Ken Swartz at law, it got to be fair, man. We're going to drop. The rules is real simple. Thank you, Bill. Bill is my main man. I'm just going to do this real quick because I threw it on him at the last minute. This is a chip pull draw. Brung what you brung type deal. We ain't got time for none of that break, the back tie. I don't know nothing about all that stuff no more, so it's going to be real simple. We got 6 going in the bag. Red is right, green is left. 1s will run 1s, 2s run 2s, and 3s going to run 3s. Being that we don't have 6 motorcycles here, someone is going to get a pass until the second round. What do you think about that, Bill?
I think that's only fair.
All
right, let's drop the chips and
Only
make
5.
Let's drop the chips and get it. Let's do something a little personal, little bit. I'm gonna hold these chips. The good thing about motorcycle drag racing that we're trying to do a little bit differently is that we usually talk about how quick we are. We talk about how fast our motorcycles and all that good stuff, and our helmets are on. We're going to get to let you meet some really fine gentlemen here that spend a lot of time, I guarantee you a lot of time, getting these machines ready just for this moment. And we want to give them an opportunity to expound on what it takes for them to get here. And I'm going to let Bill do a better job of getting that out of them than myself. Here you go, Bill. Take care of it.
All right, now I just want to know who we got racing here today. Who wants to talk to me?
Yeah, right there.
All right. All right, I'm going to start right here.
All right, sir. How you doing? My name is John Carter. And, man, it takes a lot to get prepared and come to these races. You know, a lot of hard work eventually. But the main thing is having a good team to support you and, you know, get with it.
I heard that. Who we got right here?
My name is Damian Solis. I ride bipolar. Same thing he said. It's just a lot of time, effort, work. You got to put in a lot of hours to do this.
So you attract a team that boosts you up, right?
Yeah, the team's just me, my dad, get some help from Spencer Claycomb.
Spencer Claycomb. There he is. He's hiding back over there. Hey, Spencer, I see you. All right. Who are you?
Chuck Pizzick out of Ormond Beach, Florida. As they said, it takes a lot of people behind you to make this go. And I'd like to thank my daughter and Jimmy and Chris and Claudel. And I got to tell you, if it wasn't for all of them, this would be a very hard event to do by yourself.
Nobody does this alone. Do you do this alone?
Oh, no.
Tell me
no.
about it.
It's a lot of hard work. Takes a lot of time.
That's right. All right, so do you do this alone?
No, I don't do much of it at all. My boy does most of the riding and most of the work. I'm just here to support him. We're from South Florida, just here to have some fun.
Who's going to pull a chip?
He is.
All right, then. All right, who else is here? Who's racing today? I got 5.
Miss Beckett team over here.
Team Becky in the building.
All right. And do you do this alone?
No, we don't. Me and my cousin, Squeak.
Right on, right on. Now, who else did I miss? Who's racing?
We got Squeaky supposed to be coming up.
Where's Squeaky?
Yeah, you know Squeaky.
Come on now.
Supposed to have a little something going on tonight.
All right.
They ain't gonna say. What you say? What he talking about now? Cuss ain't gonna.
Cuss don't want that smoke.
Wait, why he don't want the smoke?
What he saw just now.
What
That pass he just saw.
Oh man, did y'all see what he talking about? Yeah. Oh wait, well look here, Custom Cup man. Look here, Miss Becky 2.0 said, look here, they ready. You want the smoke there, huh?
We want all that smoke. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But for the ones that we do have up here, I'm gonna let this take over, let Bill get again. I'll hold the bag for him, and we're gonna go in this bag, and we're gonna see who's gonna line up against who, and we're gonna make it do what it do, y'all. Let's do it.
All right, 5 bikes, 3 passes. Pick a number. Pick a winner. All right, that's 1. Here comes 2. Number 3. There's 4. Uh-oh. That's all right. There's 5.
Let me give a shout out to our sponsor, Ted Ortiz Racing.
Absolutely. Big shout out, and we got 1 left.
Who has the number 1 chip?
Who's number 1?
One green. One green right here. Miss Becky gets a buy run.
The buy.
Buy run.
All right, we got the buy. Who's our pairs?
Number 2.
Who's our pairs?
Come on, number 2s line up together so we can get y'all in the same.
All right, then.
There we go. Who got the red chip? Red chip is right lane.
Right lane.
Green
lane. Is left.
Right is red.
All right, we got 2.
The number 3s. There y'all go.
Number 3s.
Y'all look to the camera. There we go.
Red is right. Green is left.
Y'all go.
All right, we're all set. This is it.
Hey, man, what do you think
Grudge
about this,
said,
Bill?
I like this.
Man,
this
it's
is
awesome, right?
Oh, it's a
Hey,
whole
look,
nother
man.
world. Whole nother world.
Whole nother world, man. Hey, look here, I tell you what, boy, we're going to see some really fast motorcycles right here. Bill, what do you think, man?
I'm thinking I can't wait until the race later in the year at the Kings of Grudge.
Who you pulling for?
Everybody.
Oh, man, you got to buy something, Bill. Come on, Bill.
I'm not a gambling
Miss
man.
Becky just
I'm
got
not
a
a gambling
Miss
man.
Becky just got a buy run now.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
that's a huge advantage for squeaking them over there to have a buy run, getting there, get a little chance to see. Now check this out now.
I got to like Spencer Claycomb's team, because I'm good with him.
You know the person I'm gonna pull for?
Who's that?
Solis.
Solis. Damian Solis.
A to B every time.
A to B.
He said he's a heavy guy too, so we're going to see what he does, all right?
Well, have you guys try harder.
We'll be
you
back.
know it.
We'll be right back at you. I hope y'all enjoyed the chip pull. We're back second round. Chip pull once again.
And it's time for Grudge. Watch it.
All right, that concludes the drawing action. We're going to roll them out in pairs. 2 are going down, and only one's going to move on to the next round. And Grudge riders, that round will be directly after the Sportsman. Directly after our Sportsman categories will be Grudge round 2. So Grudge riders that advance, be prepared. You're coming back after Sportsman. All right, here they go. First pair. I know that is, I don't know who that is. That's Gray Matter in the left side. And bike with no tail section, right side is what we'll call him. Clock's off. This is when you hope you brought enough. First round of this action happening. Second round will be after Sportsman. Moving in. Gone. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Left side is dragging them hard, and that is left side taking it home. Left side took that one home from the start. He moves on to the second round, which will be after Sportsman. First round winners know you're coming back behind Sportsman. All right, adjustments underway, but that was clearly a left lane win. Clearly, left lane win there. You will see a win light based on the 8th mile. 8th mile is what this is going to be based on. You will see it. Beautiful. Blue Machine, a Hayabusa in the right lane. And there's Damian Solis on the gray bike from Florida. Old Albert enjoying a cold one. Damian working hard out there. And the beautiful Blue Machine. Brian Kramer helping out there. Claycomb helping on the left side. A couple heavy hitters. And it looks like Becky will be unopposed. Right lane away. Damian packing the wheel. It is right lane moving on. Right lane moving on. Damian gave it all he had. He was packing that front wheel through the 330 and had to give it up. Blue bike moving on. Becky, opponent broke single coming up. Becky will move on to round number 2, which will be after the Sportsman categories. Becky moving on to round 2. All right, staging Becky up in the TBM brakes lane. And this is going to put a period on the Grudge elimination round number 1. We're going to move into J2, J squared. Ultra Sportsman next. Oh, struck the tire. Oh boy, that's a lucky break. He drew the lucky chaw right there. Squeak gonna have to tune it up. Squeak, where you at, boy? Man, you gonna have to tune that thing up, Squeak. All right, that's the end of round 1 for our Grudge competitors. End of round 1. Our 3 winners, just bring them back after Sportsman. That'll be the second round of action. .950 Ultra Sportsman will be next on the racetrack. This will be their final qualifying attempt. See who is going to rest at the top of the heap. And that heap is currently held by Wade Smith, the soft-spoken Georgia racer. Wade on top, 950 with a 6, so there is a little bit of room for the Ultra Sportsman riders to jump back up there like Ed Ruffin, Stanley Russell, Dave Young, and Brad Rudisil making up that top 5. So we'll see who's gonna wind up right here. This will be it for Ultra Sportsman qualifying. Brian Rudisil in the right lane and Brad Rudisil left lane. This is R versus R. Bragging rights on the line. See who's got it here in Q4. Outstanding 951 with a 9. Brad improves. 966 in the right lane, and that is no improvement. Usher right side and Mantez Thompson Jr. in the left lane. Breakout right side, 940, no improvement for Usher. Mantez Thompson, 954 is an improvement. Mantez slides up the board. Side. Don Horta in the right lane. Charlie Brown, 948 breakout, no improvement. And Horta, his 961 does not, it actually is an improvement. Horta moving up. Horta moving up. 957 left lane, no improvement. 964 does improve for Lindbergh Simmons. Next up, Dave Young, left side, and Greg Crawford, right side. Trouble off the line for Crawford, but Young away clean. He's been breaking out. Oh, Young, 951 with a 2. He does improve. Dave Young, moving up. Crawford does not improve. Final call for MTC Engineering Super Comp, and I do need my top gassers to lane number 6, please. Top gassers to lane number 6. Wade Smith, your current number 1 qualifier in the TBM brakes lane. Can he hold it? Double breakout, both riders going under. No improvement in that pair. And we are very close to the end of the line. I believe Wade's got 1 pair to worry about, or he will have survived and will be your number 1 qualifier. Mr. Smith has got 1 pair to worry about. Right lane. Track crew very alertly spotting a fluid leak, and we'll have to back off that right lane. Left lane, rolling down through there. Duffy Freeman, 978, that's it. Duffy Freeman, his 978 does not improve. Congratulations to Wade Smith. You are the number 1 qualifier here in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. Wade Smith, Dublin, Georgia. Showered with accolades in the coming hours. We have a brief cleanup in the starting line area. Summit Racing Lane. Once that's complete, we're going to move into MTC Engineering Super Comp. Get Super Comp going for you. Super Comp will follow that up with Top Gas. And then behind Top Gas, we're going to be looking for that second round of the Grudge, which there's only 3 left. For that second round of Grudge. Behind Sportsman action. All right, Grudge elimination round 2. You guys have been backed up very briefly. You will be part of the pro final qualifier in Q4. You will run in your allotted lane and allotted time slot, but you will run with the pros. That will be second round action of Grudge. It is going to be part of the final round of qualifying of pros. Going to be moving very shortly into MTC Engineering Super Comp. Dave Young, 890 with a 4, is at the top of the heap. Taylor Harper, Scott DeLong, Mike Lakoski, and Bob Mann make up the top 5. And there is a field of riders that are looking to surpass that 890 with a 4. There's a little bit of room up there, but Dave has held that position all day. Super Comp action underway. Oh, Dwayne Schmidt, 89 with a 4. Bryce Jackson, 86 with a 4. They're bringing the big guns out. Taylor Harper, who has sat number 2 for a while. Next up, as is Mike Lakoski, a couple top 5 hitters right here. No help for either one of those riders. Santi Rodriguez junior. That is Santee, a former champion in the left side, and Bob Mann, right side. Should be a very good drag race right here. .889 with a 4, no help. No help for both riders. Stacy Smith, right side. He's got a 902 to his credit. .880. It's too quick, but he's knows he can run the number come tomorrow. No help, but he knows where he's at. Unfortunately, the left lane was unable to make the call in that pair. Shane Cunningham and Kyle Fulgham, next pair up. .892, nice shot for Cunningham. .897, no improvement for Fulgham. Currently in MTC Engineering Super Comp, and then next on track will be Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas. Pro riders, call up to the lanes. Pro riders, call to the lanes. 520 for your final qualifier. All pro riders, 520 for your final qualifier. Sam Parrish breaking out. Randy Smith troubled pass. No help for either rider, although Parrish does slightly improve. He's closer to the number. Dave Young holding on. Damian Solis right side. Gary Russell in the left lane. Dave Young, your current #1 qualifier, is in the left lane. There's not many people left to take it from him. Dave Young still there, 892, 887, no help for Bernard Gilbert.
All right, everybody, this is Bill Hahn Jr. I'm going to do a little substitution for Jay Reagan up here in the tower for the remainder of our day. There goes Ryland Rowe. We are still in Super Comp. Let's see how close he can hit that 890. 894 with a 2. And that's going to put him at about the number 13 position. Next up, Braden Davis. Davis Family Racing Team. Braden basically drag races anything with 2 wheels, as he will prove all weekend, has been proven all weekend. Davis Family Racing here from Douglas, Georgia. 130 60-foot time, 890 coming up. 890 with a what? Well, an 886 with an 8. Goes a little too deep. No improvement for Braden Davis. He will remain qualified number 23, a very unusual position for Mr. Davis.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Not quite sure what Mr. Raul is up to. Could be just moving. Little bit of action way down there at the other end of the track. Once we get the track clear, we're going to continue here with our Sportsman qualifying. Once again, I need all pros to the lanes, please. Pros to the lanes for your fourth and final round of qualifying, as well as Grudge bikes for eliminations round 2 in Grudge. We're going to have one round of eliminations tonight for the ET bikes, and that will, of course, be followed by the Grudge final. But right now, we're in Sportsman qualifying. Going to be pulling out our top gas bikes here shortly, to be followed by pros. So I need pros to the lanes, please, as well as Grudge. Pros to the lanes, as well as Grudge. track is clear, and we are on the roll for Top Gas qualifying round number 4. Love the variety we see in Top Gas these days. We got everything from slick and bar bikes to bikes with swing arms about a mile long, street tire equipped. This, of course, will be Colby Lewis in the TBM brakes lane, taking on Chuck Gerlis. And this is old school and new school. We got a, looks like a Gixxer 1000 against a good old GS 1100. All Suzuki around here, but really, other than the fact that they're both Suzukis, they couldn't be much more different. That, of course, is Chuck Curls on the Toxic Avenger out of Riff Raff Racing. Really trick paint job on there, sponsored by Legacy Custom Paints. Chuck is here from Pelham, Georgia. Colby Lewis, part of the Missouri contingent, all the way from Kansas City, Missouri. Currently, these racers are qualified number 14 and number 5, respectively. Chuck Curlis with a very respectable 8:21 with a 5, qualifying him number 5. Colby on the outside looking in, hasn't really put together a decent pass yet this weekend. This will be his last chance to do so. Colby purges that nitrous a little bit. Crewman takes a look. You doing that right? Look at this. Okay, more gas, more clouds, more nitrous. It's time. Chuck Curlis is awaiting his turn. Who will stage first, street tire or slick and bar? Everybody's in. Chuck Curlis looks like he's on a good one. Throws an 049 light, 122, 60 foot out to the 1,000 feet, and it's an 835. No improvement on prior. Colby Lewis is going to go home empty-handed. Made the field, perhaps. I don't know how many bikes were going out in Top Gas. Next up, Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida is in the TBM brakes lane. We've got Brandon Cunningham from Orlando, Florida on his 2014 CX-14. Another slick and bar versus street tire showdown here. Brandon Cunningham is qualified number 2 with the second 820 with a 0. What a weekend for Top Gas qualifying. Brandon Cunningham goes under, goes deep. That's okay. Scott DeLong finally gets into the show with an 824. And there you have it. So far, we've got no less than 2 riders dead on the index. Of course, that would be Rashad Rowan. You just saw him go, Brandon Cunningham. 4 bikes right on 820. 2 of which have gone the perfect 820 with a 0. Next up, it's our sponsor, Kenny Schwartz from Kenny Schwartz Legal Services. And if you've never had a chance to speak to Mr. Schwartz, he is just an absolute ball to talk with. So much fun. And what a believer. Had a pretty serious crash on this bike a couple, 3 years ago. Has recovered nicely. George Jones in the TBM brakes lane. Goes 062 against Kenny Schwartz's much better 020. Kenny Schwartz currently qualified number 6. Can he improve? He does. Kenny hitting the numbers, but look at George Jones right on the index. Our 5th racer to go 820 to qualify this weekend. Great job there, Mr. Jones. And I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a race. Kenny a little slower, but got it on the light. Now we've got Mike Lingo and Rodney McFarland. Rodney's here from Pensacola, Florida. Mike Lingo coming from Cottonwood, Alabama. This is your number 10 and number 17 qualifiers, respectively, so far. Rodney needs to slow down. He's been 809. Can Rodney get above that 820 index? Rodney in the summit lane goes a 8:09 once again. So Rodney having a hard time going slow enough, but Mike Lingo, slight improvement over his earlier 8:26.5 with an 8:24.4. Once again, I need my pros to the lanes, please. Pros to the lanes. That'll be Pro Mod, Pro Open, Ultra 460, Pro Street, and Real Street. And we also need Grudge to the lanes, please. Now we've got our reigning champion, Heather Baldy. Heather's taking on Steve Breakstone, almost identical 60-foot times. Heather with a slight advantage to the 60-foot. Out the back door, will Heather improve on her earlier 8:24? Not really, but Steve Breakstone's going to like that. Steve Breakstone's earlier 8:37 vastly improved upon that time with an 8:22. That'll move Steve Breakstone into the number 7 position. So far, we've got 12 bikes here. 13 bikes in the 820s. No less than 2 of them dead on 820 with a 0. Here's Mantez Thompson Jr. and Michael Smith. Michael Smith gets about a couple hundreds on Mantez off the line. And downtown, it is Michael Smith with a 26.5, Mantez with a 26.0. Both racers improving upon their earlier performances. And once again, I do need Pro Bikes. They would like to take a 4th qualifying pass to the lanes, please. Pro Bikes and Grudge to the lanes, please. Next up, Mark Siafi, 78, Kawasaki, with that classic ninja body. He's here from Jupiter, Florida, taking on Dave Young from Asheville, North Carolina. Wait a minute, that's not Dave Young, is it? Yes, that's Dave Young on the Suzuki in the Summit Racing Lane. Dave Young has not put together a good qualifying effort so far, been a little too quick. Mark's in the 20s, but he'd like to do a little better. Slight advantage to Dave Young off the line, about 300ths off the light. Let's see who does better down on the other end. Dave Young goes a little too quick again. Mark Siafi a little better. Improves by 100th. He was currently qualified number 14. Will that improve him? Maybe. Maybe not. All right. So pros qualifying round number 4. If you're going to take it, now's the time. Pros for Q4 to the lanes, please. Pros for qualifying round number 4. And we also need our Grudge bikes to the lanes, please. Grudge to the lanes, as well as all pros who want to take one more shot at it. So we're going to let the Traction Army do battle on the racing surface here for a moment. So I always like to give a fresh broom and groom for the pros. All right, once again, all pros in the lanes, please, as well as Grudge eliminations, too. I'd like to give a shout out to some of our sponsors, including Hard Time Parts and Service, Dustin Lee, also now the proprietor of MPS Racing. A recent acquisition by Dustin Lee and the Hard Times crew. Don't forget our sponsors of ProMod, the illustrious, the perpetual Paul Gas and Fast Buy Gas. Now, I've been part of motorcycle drag racing a very long time, but I used to watch Paul Gas race when I was just a child. Paul Gas, just an absolute, like, you know, if there was a Mount Rushmore of motorcycle drag racing, Paul Gas would be one of the faces up there for sure. Pro Open, sponsored by another longtime supporter of our sport, Robinson Industries. Bill Robinson bringing us transmissions that we can depend upon. Experimental Pro Stock Series, collaboration with George Baber, Baber Performance Motors. George Baber Racing Engines here this weekend, helping out several of our racers. And big part of what we're going to be doing here with the Experimental Pro Stock Formula class. Keep an eye on that. Pro Ultra 460 is brought to us by our very own Hollywood Drag Racing. Thank you, Broderick, for bringing us 460. Real Street brought to us by WH Steel Buildings. Street ET sponsored by Voodoo Custom Motorcycle Components. And I see lots of Voodoo pipes out there this weekend. Outstanding product from Voodoo. Supercount sponsors forever have been MTC Engineering. MTC Engineering, of course, sponsor of our Spring Nationals here this weekend. Top Gas, sponsored by Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law. You gotta love it. There is a man who lives, eats, and breathes motorcycle drag racing when he isn't pleading and winning cases at the bar. Not that bar. Ultra Sportsman brought to us by JR Connect. And of course, V-Twin ET. Sponsored by none other than Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead and Sprinter of Buckhead. So just a quick look at some of our regular class sponsors there. The people who help bring you Man Cup motorcycle drag racing. And by now, I should have all my pros in the lanes, please. All pros who want to take a fourth shot at qualifying need you in the lanes. They would include Pro Mod, Pro Open, Ultra 460, Pro Street, and Real Street. Grudge Bikes 2 should be in lane 6 for your second round of competition. Well, I believe the racetrack is in fine repair for this, the final round. We've had a really exemplary weekend so far, and I'd like to thank everybody for helping make that happen. We've had, really no issues. I haven't seen any significant breakage. Thank goodness nobody's had any problems getting down the track. And let's keep it up. You know, it's a beautiful day out here in the middle of Georgia. What a beautiful state. You know, I came up here from Daytona Beach, which is where I call home, and I expected to actually cool down a little bit. I got about halfway here, and I looked at the weather report, and I'm like, well, that didn't work out quite as planned. About 88, 90 degrees up here, and I think it's actually cooler down there by the ocean where I live. But so it goes. Summer is upon us here in beautiful mid-Georgia. Of course, I'll be back here in a couple of weeks for the NHRA Summit Bracket Series, which I'm announcing this year for South Georgia Motorsports Park. So all you motorcycle drag racers who are local, come on down. So also all you car racers, I know there's some of you here. There's some of you that play both roles. And we're on the roll now for our final round of Pro Mod qualifying. Pro Mod brought to us by none other than Fast by Gas. First pair up, Terry Wynn, our reigning champion. Looks like Terry might have had a little bit of a impact issue with the rear end of his FuelTech equipped bike, but so it goes. We patch him up and we keep on racing. Fiberglass fix is easy anyway, right? No problem. Terry Wynn currently qualified number 4 with a 411. Terry's pairing up against Gerald Smith, qualified number 6 with a 440. Number 1 qualifier so far has been and remains Jeff House with a 406. Great number in this heat. I'm sure Terry Wynn would like to have something to say about that. He's not too far behind. That's a big half a tenth, but if anybody can cover it, it's Terry Wynn. So let's see. I'm going to get out my crystal ball here. I'm going to say a 407 for Terry Wynn. And, oh, golly, I don't know. Spin the wheel here. How about a 428 for Gerald Smith? Okay, there I am. 407 for Terry Wynn, 428 for Gerald Smith. Terry Wynn chomping at the bit, ready to make it happen. And that's that. It looks like it's going to be just Terry this round, unless Gerald can make something happen quickly. Some type of technical issue preventing Gerald Smith from being able to fire his bike. You hate to see that. But he is in the show with a 440, so looks like Terry's going to take a single here. So once again, Terry Wynn, qualified number 4 with a 411 at 172. Can he improve a little cooler now than earlier in the day? Certainly he's been working on his tune-up. Once again, my prediction is a 407. Terry out with a 103. Seems like a little bit of tire spin down there, and he slows to a 417. So I wasn't even close. Oh, well. Next up, Rick Perry. Now here's some history. It was 30 years ago. Rick Perry was your Pro Modified champion in Pro Star competition. So very venerable, durable, perpetual racer here. Wearing Baber Performance Motors colors as well as D&G chassis. So Mr. Perry going to take a single qualifying number, and of course he ran a 428 earlier, and that puts him at the number 5 position. Rick Perry's got a ways to go to improve from number 5. He's got to run a 411 with a 0 or better. Excuse me, he's got to run a 411 with a 5 or better to get ahead of Terry Wynn. So Rick Perry has got to have that gun loaded hard. progress this round. I don't think he's going to improve on that 428. The bike did a little bit of a buck and a snort right there, so yep, slows to a 433. So Rick Perry remains number 5, but we're not done yet. Here we've got NHRA Pro Stock heavy hitter Richard Gadsden. Richard Gadsden, of course, in close competition last year for the NHRA Rookie of the Year award. And Rich is one of the most cerebral racers I know out there. I mean that with all respect. This guy isn't just a great rider. He is very intelligent, really has his act together. And of course, these are all the reasons why he was hired by Vance and Hines to ride one of their bikes. And I mean, just to even be hired by Vance and Hines has got to be one of the highest honors in the sport. Very elite group of racers there. Richard Gadsden, currently number 2, right behind Jeff House. Richard Gadsden went a 410 earlier, 410 with a 2. Can he improve on it at the end of the day here? A little bit of tire spin down track, 104 off the 60 foot, slows to a 418 with a 9. And I believe that's it for Pro Mod. Number 1, Jeff House stays on top. Oh, wait a minute, we got one more. Of course, there's Braden Davis. Currently number 3. Right behind Richard Gadsden. Braden Davis 411 with a 1. Richard Gadsden 410 with a 2. Jeff House, of course, still on top with that 406 pass from earlier. Davis, number 2 in mile per hour, number 3 in ET. We're going to see if he can improve on that earlier 411 with a 1. Of course, he's eyeballing Jeff House for that number 1 qualifying position right now. I don't think he's going to get it. Slows to a 129 and a 60 foot and a near 454. So the Davis bike not performing that round. Looks like Jeff House will remain on top. So currently, Jeff House, number 1 with a 406. Richard Gadsden, number 2 with a 410. Braden Davis, we just saw, he's number 3 with a 411. Terry Wynn, also 411 for the number 4 position. 411 with a 6. Rick Perry is your number 5 qualifier at 428. Gerald Smith, number 6 with a 440. And Tyrone Lemons bringing up number 7 with a 448. Moving now into Pro Open. 4 bikes competing so far in Pro Open. And I don't think we've got all 4 of them up here right now. I don't see Rob Giard, and I know John Terranova will not be showing up because he had a bit of a, well, engine issue. He found little bits and pieces of his motor in the oil pan and decided to call it a day, call it a weekend. But great showing for John Terranova on the FuelTech equipped ZX14 Pro Open bike.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Amazing classes, and you know, in the world, the lexicon of motorcycle drag racing, one of the more recent classes, and it's been an amazing place to bring bikes that were maybe not quick enough for Pro Open or Pro Mod, but the quickest index class in the world, 460 index, and it's roughly equivalent to low sevens in the quarter mile, so these are not slow bikes by any means. When first proposed some years ago, we looked at a variety of options here. Settled on the 460 because we thought 450 was just a little too quick. And it has proven to be one of the most well-attended, popular classes ever in motorcycle drag racing. Pro Ultra 460. That looks like Gerald Smith's going to take another shot at it here. We like to keep things friendly here in Manufacturers Cup. Hate to see a racer miss a round or not be able to make a pass for any particular reason, so here he goes. I'd like to remind everybody that due to our fire marshal regulations, we aren't allowed to use the wall alongside the burnout area as a spectator area. So everybody that's sitting on the wall right now, if you'd be so kind to get up off the wall, not a spectator area. So Gerald Smith gets a shot anyway, goes 448 with a 2, no improvement on his earlier 440 with a 6, but once again, everybody that's sitting on the wall right now, I need you to find another place to be. If you're sitting on the wall, I need you to get up and leave. Folks, if you're sitting on the wall and you're within the range of my voice, you need to get on down with it. That's right, okay. A couple of you heard me. All right. Young man on the telephone sitting on the wall. We need you up. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. We have to be firm about these rules because, of course, since this is a televised, recorded event, our fire marshals do have the ability to, review. And if they don't like what they see, things get a little ugly. So we've got almost a full 16-bike field here in Ultra Pro 460. Currently, number one qualifier, Roderick Sanders, 461 with a 0. And we have to go all the way back to the number 13 spot before we see a bike that isn't in the 460s here this weekend. So, pretty outstanding set of performances. Coming up now, Brian Smith from Lenox, Georgia, and Tyrone Lemons from Atlanta, Georgia. Brian Smith on the rare but still potent Kawasaki. We don't see too many KZs still in service at this level of the sport, but this is one of them. So Brian Smith in the TBM brakes lane has qualified number 13, 470 with a 6. Tyrone Lemons a little bit ahead, 466 with a 3, qualified number 11. Tyrone giving it up on the line. Brian Smith drills with an 013 light. Tyrone does improve, but a little too much. And that's how it goes. Neither racer will improve upon their earlier positions. Tyrone a little too quick and Brian Smith a little too slow. Next up, Mantez Thompson and Roderick Sanders. Mantez hails from Decatur, Alabama. Roderick from Columbus, Mississippi. Roderick, of course, your number one qualifier there in the Summit lane. Shows us why. Goes 016 on the light and a little too quick, 457 with a 9, so it does not improve upon his earlier 461. But neither does Mantez, who also goes a little too quick, 458 with a 2. So Morris Ball's bike, he very abruptly ended his burnout attempt, something not going right there. So Brandon Elliott is our number 15 qualifier. He would like to slow down about 11 thousandths of a second, went 458 with a 9 in earlier rounds. So Brandon Elliott on the outside looking in, thanks to the fact that there's only 15 bikes qualified. He is in the field for tomorrow, but he'd like to put a number up on the board that is 4600 or slower. His way with a little tire shake and a 115.64 to a 307 to the 330, 470, and that's where he wants to be. So that's going to improve Brandon Elliott's qualifying, but not by much. He moved from number 15 to number 13, just on the outside of the 460 range, but that does squeak him ahead of Brian Smith and Dana Delk. Dana, of course, on that really unique Honda entry. He won't be racing tomorrow that I know of. I don't think he's in this round either. Had a bit of an engine issue and is going to just take it home for the weekend. Make it stronger so that he may do battle again in the future on the unique Honda. This time, though, we've got Rashad Jones and Deshaun Wheeler. Quite the matchup here. Deshaun, of course, from Louisville, Kentucky. Rashad, Carthage, Mississippi. Both racers looking great off the line. Slight edge to Rashad Jones in the reaction time department, and both racers looking good. Now Rashad does improve off of his earlier number 10 position. Rashad is now number 4. But Deshaun pretty much stays where he was at. Deshaun Wheeler, number 9 qualifier of the 463. Now, a couple of KG veterans, none other than Scott Samish and John Krakalici. John Krakalici all the way up here from beautiful Clearwater, Florida, one of my favorite destinations in Florida. Scott Samish down here from Seneca, South Carolina. Scott is your number 8 qualifier with an earlier 463. Of course, John Krakalici, number 2. Can he squeak into the number 1 spot? Almost identical reaction times. A little improvement on John to the 60-foot. Look at that. John is just an absolute machine. Does not improve, but what consistency. 2 runs within 1,000th of a second. Goes 461.2, went 461.1 earlier. Consistency is what wins this race, so he's got to be happy with that. Ultra 460 continues. We got Cootie Thomas now in the Summit Racing lane on his 2012 Suzuki. And it looks like we're going to get another chance for the racer in the left lane, Mr. Morris Ball, who had a technical malfunction earlier, but it's going to give it another shot right now. Morris Ball looking good. Number 5 qualifier with a 462. Cootie Thomas, number 10, 464. There's still time to run a 460 and bump Roderick Sanders out of that number 1 position. He went 461 with a 0. So that means we've got to go some style, some number that starts with a 460 in order to get ahead of Roderick Sanders. Doesn't matter if it's a 4609. That'll bump him. Either of these racers eminently capable of doing that right now, right here. Here we go, our number 5 and number 10 qualifiers taking their last shot at the tree to see if they can improve. What do you think is going to happen? Now Morris Ball gets his red light out of the way, and neither racer improves. Morris too quick, and Cootie slows to a 472. Well, both are solidly qualified for tomorrow. So one more time, Rick Perry motors on down the track, this time on this gorgeous 460 bike. And it's another one of those dependable old Kawasaki's. CX-9 bodywork, always one of my favorites. Good looking stuff. Yeah. Talking to Rick Perry earlier in the pits, and we brought up his brother Tom and that absolutely sumptuous Top Fuel bike that Tom Perry still has, and just for some reason or another won't allow any of us to take out and go racing. Maybe we'll see that bike again someday. Right now, though, it's all about Rick Perry Number 12 qualifier, the 466. And it would appear that the bike was not in gear. At least we hope so, because if that was a mechanical failure, and it would appear to be a mechanical failure. Oh, dear. All right, well, we're going to have to do a little cleanup on the track. Looks like that 40-year, well, let's see here. That's a 1975 Kawasaki. It's 50 years old. So what are you going to do? Every now and then mechanical failure is just the order of the day. So we're going to give the track a little bit of good stuff while we vacuum up the pieces and parts, and George Baber pushes back the mortally injured Kawasaki.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Yep. You know how it works. We're going to get a head start on tomorrow, tonight.
So by now I should have Grudge bikes in lane 6, Real Street bikes in lane 7, and Pro Street bikes in lane 5.
Check.
Oil, so I'm guessing it might not have been probably a sprocket drive related. That's what I'm thinking.
Mic check.
All right, at this time, I'm going to pass the baton back to my friend Jay Reagan, who's going to resume his announcer duty, and I'm going to go down there and play with you Grudge guys a little bit. Oh, there comes the pool. Here comes the bag. Looks like I missed it. I'm going to see if I can go get into that.
Get it, boy. Broderick's down there pulling them. That track maintenance and preparation is done. The radial prep in there, and this is going to be your final shot for Pro Street Riders. Patrick Borg coming out one more time, and GT Tonglet appears that Mr. Bond is going to stay where he's at and hope one of these two riders does not eclipse his performance.
All right,
finishing up
round
the
two,
pro
Grudge.
qualifying right here. ET Riders, round 1 of eliminations.
Look at all the mics I got. All right, now, we're going to do this pull. We're going to do the chip pull. Who's going to get, of course, Kenneth R. Schwartz, our sponsor and Top Gas.
That's right, but you know what? You got to have a legal representation when you're coming out the bag, man. It can't be just anything, man. You know what I'm saying? It got to be right?
It got to be
But
right.
you know what's cool about last round? We had a buy run, and the guy who got it, they needed it. We're
That's
gonna
right.
We're gonna
That's
let
right.
these guys go real street. We're gonna get a quiet mic, and we'll be right back. How about that?
That's going to be it, man. Grudge coming right up. Real Street going right now.
What are we talking about? That's Pro Street, not Real Street. Pro Street qualifying round number 4.
Pro Street moving in. Patrick Borg, right side. GT Tonglet, left side. Oh, GT motoring, and so is Patrick. 702, 195 for GT. He remains number 2. Patrick improves his number 3 position. Very solid 727, 191. Outstanding job. Congratulations to Robert Bond II, your number 1 qualifier in Pro Street.
Back at it. New foe.
All right, here comes Nufo to televise the proceedings.
It's gonna be a lightweight when we finish. They're walking, man.
All right, looks like Grudge will be up next, and the draws happened, or gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna happen in just a second. We're working on it.
It's about to happen.
Yeah, we already got one out the bag already, you know what I'm saying? So Miss Becky had a bye run the last run.
Can't get another one.
Can't get another one.
Got some very, very fast motorcycles left there, and then it'll be Real Street behind
The
that.
rider for Miss Becky is already gone in the bag. But we didn't get to meet him the first time, so why don't you go ahead and introduce everybody who he is and get to know who ride Becky 2.0.
All right, who's talking now? Good to see you.
I'm all right. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
We didn't get to meet you last time, but it looks like you got that buy run out the way just at the right time, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. My name is Craig Elliott from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Came down here to have some fun today.
Outstanding. So, you're going to have to race this time, though. You know that. Yeah. So, all right, we're going to find out who's going to get the buy and who's going to get the pair.
One of y'all gonna pull him, or y'all gonna pull. I hope y'all don't pull the same. But either way, one of y'all gonna get a buy run right here. Let's see if that works out based on me and Bill's calculation. What did we decide?
We tried to figure this out, but y'all gonna have to just start yanking some chips.
All right, let's see how it works. How about that? Ken Swartz, where are you just in case it don't go like it's supposed to go? All right, who you got? Who you got? There y'all go. You got a buy.
There's the buy and there's the pair.
Guess who got lucky?
Yay!
We did. Good deal.
All right, it has been determined fairly, even, Steven, squarely, and now we're going to see what really happens.
Look here, we should go ahead and get our real street guys on down. You think you want to go ahead and get this Grudge? Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready here? Grudge ready?
Grudge ready? All right, we're going to do Grudge, and then we're going to come back to Real Street. Jay Reagan, take it. Oh, let's do it, Jay. What do you got here, huh?
Well, you got the nitrous bike in the left side, I believe.
Oh,
this one's
yeah.
worth the price of admission right here alone.
I'm telling you, Miss Becky got through that first round with a very fortunate bye run. Not this time. He's going to have to race now.
This beautiful Hayabusa in the right lane with assistance from Brian Kramer. They come out of Alabama, I believe. This one right here should be worth the price of admission.
I'm telling you. All right, it's our second round of Grudge. 3 bikes remain. After this, we're just going to have 2, and you can see one of them is going to be the Spencer Claycomb assisted gray matter, which will get a bye run next. But first, we got to determine a winner of this pair right here, right now. Miss Becky and Ike Naylor. Oh, man, I'll tell you what, it's a tight one. Oh, Miss Becky got through the first round with a bye, but could not make it past the second. So our final round pairing has been determined. Right there.
Gray Matter coming up. Also, well, he's back in the TBM brakes lane, so they may have their lanes they like.
Yeah,
he's got a single.
He got that one in the first round, too. Beautiful Grudge bike up close. Typical Spencer Claycomb production. Just gorgeous.
All ET categories, please report to the lanes, please. ET riders, report to your respective lanes. This will be elimination round number 1. Random pair, all categories. We're going to start with V-Twin, move to street, finish it up with Pro ET, and that'll put a wrap on today's activities. ET riders to your respective lanes, please. Random pair, E1. Another solid pass sets up a pair of boosters for the final round, which will run directly behind the ET bikes. Directly behind the ET bikes. So Gray Matter and Alabama Blue, you guys are less than an hour out, so turn them around and let's go. Bud Harrod holding the #1 qualifying spot here in Real Street. He's up against George Cross. George laid down a solid run last round. Got a little bit of wind out of the south. Rare here at South Georgia. Giving him an assist. Carefully staging him. Moving in. He did break the beam, so that's going to start the clock. 7:56 for Bud, his best lap of the weekend. Outstanding job, Bud Herod. Spencer, 8:32, 159. He's going to stay in the number 3 qualifying spot. Congratulations, Bud Herod, your number 1 qualifier in WH Steel Buildings, Real Street. All right, Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-twin ET elimination round number 1 is in the books, and we move into Voodoo Customs Street ET. It's elimination round number 1. ET riders will put a period on their day here, and then we'll be just left with one single pair in Grudge. A final round. Continuing on here in Voodoo Customs Street ET. Voodoo Customs, makers of fantastic exhaust systems. Check them out on the web, voodoocustoms.com. They've got a number of different high-performance drag race-oriented and street-oriented exhaust systems, quick access clutch covers, a lot of neat stuff at voodoocustoms.com. Stanley Russell, right side, and Wilbur Mummy, left side. Stanley is going to have to wait. 4-second head start. He's got to hold his breath. Wilbur turns it red, so Stanley is on a free one, and Stanley gives it. Good tree for Stan. Wilbur just went barely red, but that is a red light nonetheless. MPS Racing Pro ET, you guys and gals should be in lane 2. Working our way through Voodoo Custom Street ET here. Red light start for Tremaine Johnson. CB Mims gets the automatic win there. CJ 887 on the 891 to victory. He'll be set up for second round eliminations tomorrow morning. Elimination round right there.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pitch. Just a little reminder as we have a little downtime before going into our final class. We did have an incident on the property last night at about 1 o'clock in the morning where a golf cart rolled over. Gentlemen had to be rushed to the emergency room. Police were out here on the property, so let's make sure we're safe this evening. Enjoy yourselves once the sun goes down, but we want to make sure everyone goes home to their family come tomorrow night. So if you want to be responsible tonight, be careful as the lights go, as it gets dark and the lights are not on. It is dark out here. There's no need to be going 30 and 40 miles an hour in the pits. Please be aware of your surroundings, be respectful of the property, and let's make sure we all get home to our families tomorrow evening.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Grudge final. Bring it to lane 6. Let's get it sorted. This is MPS Racing Pro ET action. Elimination round number 1. Grudge final. Grudge final. Please bring them to lane 6, please. Grudge final to lane 6. Motoring through MPS Racing Pro ET. This elimination round number 1. Motoring through. Got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. right side and Daryl Perkins in the left lane. Schmidt pushes the tree and goes red. Perkins 8:22 on his 8:30 dialing. Here's probably your 2 quickest bikes in Pro ET. 774 for Sean Rainey, 172 mile per hour. An outstanding run. 027 on the tree. The Connecticut rider is set to do business tomorrow as well. We kick off tomorrow right back here at 9:30. Chapel service will happen prior to that. Action on the track goes hot at 9:30. Perry for the win there, 868 on an 866. He did have the reaction time advantage as well. Grudge final, bring it to the lanes right now. Grudge final, you're risking losing your shot. Grudge final, get it to the lanes.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
That best not be alcohol in that cup. No pork, no alcohol for you, boy. Gray Matter, we're waiting on you, and we will not wait long. Come on. You've been called repeatedly.
All right. We got that Grudge final coming on. This is the last two bikes. We'll go down the track this evening. And I personally want to thank you all for coming out and spending the day with us. We'll be back here early tomorrow if you want to come out and see the winners of those Pro, Sportsman, and ET classes. Once again, we really appreciate you all for coming out and spending a little time with us. If you would, bring one of your friends tomorrow and let them come meet some of these fine racers that are taking these motorcycles down this racetrack extremely fast and entertaining you all with that. But right now, We have a $2,500 pass on the line right here. 2,500 large right here. 2 Grudge, no time, run what you brung. And don't bill it if you ain't ready to run it, because I ain't getting you nothing over here but another chip. That's Grudge racing that I know about. They coming. We waiting on Gray Matter. And we got the nailer back there. It's an interesting story about the nailer. Brian Kramer just told me a good little story about that bike, and happens that short story is that him and his buddy was working on the bike. The guy wanted to buy the bike from him, which is the blue bike that you just seen around Miss Becky. And the guy, I think he offered Brian a little money. And if you know Brian Kramer, he'll give a bike a Chinese name real quick. One gone. If you come with that check, it's gonna be gone real quick. One gone. And he let it go. But the deal was they had to work together on the bike. Brian got a chance to continue to tune it and do the things that he loved to do. And the guy had an opportunity to be a bike owner having a real fast bike. So you got the nailer. I think he said the guy not with us anymore per the conversation that we had, so it's kind of a salute to a very good friend of his. And I guess the nailer's out here to do just that, put some nails on some stuff, because it just put Miss Becky 2.0 on the trailer, and he's waiting on Gray Matter. The clock's ticking. We ready to go. You ready to go?
I'm gonna start scraping, and then I want to see them get down.
Okay, but hey man, come on now. That sounds like a good opportunity right there. Oh man, they say they got a little no prep going on now. Y'all gonna get the track guys up here trying to change the combination. What it looks like. Spencer Clay Combs, ride, Gray Matter. I thought I seen Dad up here a minute, so. Seems like for a $2,500 pass on the bike that they just had go A to B, they'll be up here in a minute, you guarantee that. But outside of that, if you want to know more about where to find the events that we're going to be hosting, you can go to our website at www.racemancup.com. And if you want to see the race that we had put on today and it's live streamed, it's also there. You can go up to the blue box where it says watch live, press there, and it'll take you to the action. So there's a lot of things that you can go there as well. If you want to go to the website, you race here this weekend. Once the weekend is over, we'll take all the photographs that our wonderful photographer, Mike Swanson, he's running around here, is taking for us. We got my man Grudge Life over here, Kendrick, taking photos, put some other stuff on our social media. So the Manufacturers Cup is going to take a step in the right direction. We're bringing the right people on our team, and we look forward to bringing some more spectators out here who just want to hang out, go camping for the weekend. It's super cheap. I stayed in RV parks myself. I don't think you can stay anywhere for $90 a weekend starting on Thursday. So pass the word, come out, have a good time, come socialize, meet some cool folks. If you like motorcycles, you meet some even cooler folks. But we're waiting on Gray Matter, and we will be going without Gray Matter in less than 5 minutes. We'll give them 4 more minutes, and that's a wrap. All right. We got both horses up here, and we're going to make it simple. We got my man Richard Gasson got a coin right here. Oh, hey. He gave you some. Who got a quarter? That's how. He right. He like that real money. He don't want no coins. Are we ready? We got Gray Matter up here, and we got the Nailer here. A real quick flip for lane, and we rocking and rolling. Just that simple. All right. We got my man Rock Sanders about to do the flip. How we fall in there, what lane where? The Nailer going to the right lane, and the Gray Matter is gonna be on the left lane. It's gonna be for $2,500.
Final pair coming up. No clocks, no nothing. Final. Gray Matter. Oh, it's Claycom powered. I didn't know that. The assassins in the house. And then the Nailer. And then there were two. All the money on the line right now. Let's see who's going to take it. Pre-stage is lit. Oh, here we go. Here we go.